Hello. It is time. Okay. My idea right now is I want to get a, just gonna say the whole thing, a PID controller directly onto motors. The reason is because okay, so I got debugging set up, which is actually really nice. That's really huge. I finally just sat down and was like, all right, I need to definitely debug this. And I was stepping side by side between Jolt's code and my code and seeing where they start to deviate. I caught some bugs. I have no idea how much I've really shown anymore. All right, I need to open up Steam. So what I've been working on is essentially porting over all this code directly into GDescript so that I can essentially simulate a step ahead in the future and update my target motor velocity using a controller, a PID controller. And honestly, it sounds really silly now that I'm saying it out loud, but at this point, I think my only option is to integrate it directly into Jolt. Have a motor setting on Jolt. So motors currently work, I don't know if they're listed in here. Maybe they are. Motor state. Go over there. I'm just opening up Godot so we can look at it and see what I'm talking about. And I did just do like 2 system updates without restarting, and I just restarted. OBS works, that's the most important one. Hopefully nothing else is weirdly broken in some way. And then classic Godot. I really want to know what causes it to take so long to start sometimes. This isn't even the dev build. I was using the dev build because that's what I need to do debugging, to step through code line by line. This is production build, which normally would take like literally a second to load that project select and then 5 seconds to load this. I wonder what it's doing that makes this take so long sometimes. Like excessively long. I don't think I showed any of that work that I was doing. I think the last stream I showed all of this, but I I had written it all off stream. So essentially, I have the full 6-degree freedom, or at least as much of the 6-degree freedom joint that I actually use. I have all of it implemented one-to-one in GDScript, so it's all in there. And I was walking through it line by line, and I found one of the serious bugs was this. This said limit Y instead of limit X like it's supposed to be, which caused issues because I was never solving the Y axis and I was only solving the X. Or I was never solving the X and only solving the Y axis. Or I was solving it twice. That was a big problem. Which, yeah, only the debugger could have let me see this one letter difference. Which, I mean, I wish there was just a... I wish that was just a totally different system. I feel like rotation constraints should just have... I mean, like I said, I do it one-to-one. Rotation constraint literally has essentially this. A bit, except they have a really long name. They have like a 20-character long name that differs in one place. Well, actually, in that case, it's like twist constraint. It's like rotation twist constraint or something. And this is swing Z constraint. This is swing Y constraint. Anyway. And then I was stepping through it line by line, and I'm like, okay, everything is lining up. And then I noticed there was just one. The positions weren't quite the same. And I think the reason behind that is because of just floating point inaccuracy eventually building up. Because the way that Jolt represents bodies is it represents their center of mass coordinate, and that's what it moves. Godot uses the origin, and it moves the origin point. So I have to do extra work to get to the center of mass. And this is after integrating velocity, and maybe I just need to look at... I'm sure that's not the solution now, but perhaps something with velocity integration just results in like tenths, hundredths of a centimeter deviation. And that deviation actually adds up to be quite substantial when you're doing like 16 velocity steps and 16 position steps. That very subtle change really matters. And it wasn't just that. Well, actually, it was mostly that. The orientation, Jolt represents rotations purely by quaternions. It does not use a basis. There is a possible loss of precision or inaccuracy when converting from a basis to a quaternion and then going back. Or rotating a basis versus rotating a quaternion directly. So that's also a possible... I think that was the one that I noticed was the biggest difference. Because almost everything was accurate to like 7, 8, 9 places. Like a quaternion would be like accurate to like 8 places, which honestly in quaternions, those need to be accurate to practically the entire decimal. Otherwise, that is a substantial difference, especially on like the W. Because there is a big difference between like all nines and then two letters that are different, and then just a pure one. There's a difference. That was meaningful enough to cause the velocity setup to get the wrong mass, this effective mass term. That would be just a little bit off. So maybe it would be accurate to 4 places, which is not good enough at all. And then after all the solution, you get to position integration, and now you're off by a 1/10 or a 100th of a centimeter. And that all throws everything out as well. Compounding on top of that, the effective mass also still being like accurate to 4 or 5 decimals, 4 or 5 places. So, and then it's still sort of an issue because what I have to do in my end, and I was also watching, I was stepping through debugger, looking at every single step and seeing what was going on. The biggest problem is sort of just the whole bone structure of this, where there's a lot of mass on this side, and that has to pass through this very small piece, this very light piece. So whenever this motor here rotates, it rotates primarily this piece. This piece gets a lot of the velocity. This piece gets, like if you take the velocity, 2/3 of it goes here, 1/3 of it goes here. And then that 2/3, almost all of that transfers straight into this piece. And then almost all of that transfers straight into this piece. So we come back here, and now we've only gotten 1/3 of the way to the velocity that we want to be at. And then as to do it again. Compound on top of that this joint is also doing rotations at the same time. So whenever this joint rotates, almost all of that velocity goes into this small piece, and then all of that drains out here. So this one gets maybe like 1/5 of the way to its target, or even less. Like I said, I was stepping through it so I could see the exact numbers. It was genuinely like I said, once I had the full thing implemented in GDScript, then I could really step through GDScript and see everything. I could add code in between to like calculate axis velocities. And this was just this part was really tragic to see, because I'd be stepping through here. My target velocity might be like -1, and my initial axis velocity is -0.5. So it's like cool. It's pretty close. And then it does this, and then it's on the dot. All of that velocity transfers, and now the axis is moving at -1, and then these two run. Well, this one doesn't really do anything. Okay, well this one can do something on like the next piece. So this joint would rotate like this, but this one, or I guess this joint, would rotate like this in this plane. I'll call this the X plane if we're looking face onto it. And then this one will rotate on the Y plane. So all this velocity, the velocity between these two would mostly be contained in this piece. And then this piece kills all of that and transfers all of it straight to here. Because this one has to stay flat. It can't rotate like this, so it has to stay flat. So all of that transfers straight into here. So like I said, this one would make almost all of its progress by transferring to this piece, which transfers all of it to this piece. And then neither one of these two are really rotating at all, because this is such a massive object here. It's basically just a drain, a velocity sink, perhaps. So, and then after that step, it comes through the second time, and now instead of being -0.5 or it would start at -0.5, go to -1, and then drop to like -0.2. And then this piece would run, transfer everything out, and this would come back, and now it's at like 0.3. So now we've just gone backwards completely. So then the motor comes in, goes from 0.3 to -0.5, and then this fixes, and now we're at negative, and so we were at 0.3, and now we end up at 0.25. So it's like taking these incredibly small steps, like a ridiculously small approach. I'm already at what I think is my limit for velocity steps. I think seeing what I saw, I could probably drop position steps in half, and that might be fine. But velocity steps is where a lot of the accuracy is being lost. A lot of what I want it to do is being lost. And I've always been suspicious of that, but now actually seeing the code, it's pretty clear. So my plan with that is to just go straight into Jolt and set up a brand new motor state that is a controller state. And the controller state would have extra settings, which says the target, or rather, it would be a two-phase controller. So what I do is I measure the angle. I provide a target angle. It measures the angle. And using that measure and using some settings, so the PID, it's a two-step. What is it? It's a series. Yeah. it's a series controller. So the first controller is for the angle target. And that one I would say like eight times target. So it would say, here's the current angle, here's the target angle. Let's say it's 90 degrees. So then the goal is to reach a 1 value would be to say 90 degrees per second. So I might plug in 20 and say, all right, so let's get 90 degrees in a 20th of a second, I think is roughly what that equates to, probably. So that becomes our target velocity. That target velocity feeds into another controller that says, here's our target velocity, here's our measured velocity, which is every iteration. So the first iteration is usually going to be pretty close, so it's just going to do like a normal step straight to it. And then it's going to store that error term, everything is going to come back around, and it's going to say, all right. So now we're like, the target velocity is still going to be the same every single time the target velocity maintains, but that incoming measured velocity is going to approach and sometimes exceed or whatever, right? That's the thing. I need it to be able to essentially be capable of overshooting. So let's say my target velocity is 1 degree per second and we're at 0. And I might plug in and say, hey, whatever the target velocity is, triple it. So I say, all right, the difference is 1, so let's go for 3. It sets the target motor velocity of 3. And then all the iteration goes and happens, all the constraints do their thing. It comes back to the motor on the second iteration and says, all right, now we're at 1 degree per second. Or now we're at 0.5 degrees per second. So it says, all right, let's triple that again. So now our target velocity becomes 1.5. Our true target the whole time is 1, but the difference between the two is tripled, and that becomes the new target. Or that becomes an acceleration, I guess. Yeah, it becomes an acceleration. So we say, all right, whatever our current velocity is, add the acceleration on, this is our new target. And then that's what it will do every time. And the hope is that instead of saying, oh yeah, let's shoot for 1 degree per second and then going like a 1/10 of a degree per second closer every single iteration, or honestly, it also slows down as it runs. So because the difference between them shrinks. So in one step, it was like 0 to 3 degrees per second, gets to us a third of the way there. And then it says, all right, let's go for 2 now. And that gets like 1.8. And it says, all right, let's go for 1.2 now. And that goes to 2. It says, all right, let's go to 1 now. And that goes to 2.1. So it's it basically won't get there unless I have like I said, way more velocity steps, like probably in the hundreds to reach that. If I put a controller directly on top of this, the idea is I can say, whatever the difference is, quadruple 20x or whatever. And I can literally tune it as it's running to make it stable. And the theory is that for the iterations that I give myself now, the motor can be way more intelligent and anticipate these errors. And in fact, because a controller is running through the whole simulation happens all at once and then it comes back for the second time, I don't even have to do what I've been doing, which is I like cache the state of the controller and then run it again. Because otherwise, if I was to do this here, the controller's going to update way too quickly and it's going to build up errors way too fast. In this case, it's fine because everything is actually moving all at the same time. So that's my plan. That's what I'm going to do. I need to see. Oh man. What have I been doing? Oh yeah, that was the debug stuff. All this can probably go away. This was to get my simulation on my side running so I could really see what's happening. And here's the main thing, right? This is still why I say I want to do velocity instead of position, because position, it's sort of going to be a little bit better. Actually, not really. Position actually wouldn't be any better. In fact, position would be worse than what I'm doing now, because position just calculates it one time at the start and says, hey, what's our angle? Okay, this is what the velocity should be. It actually uses a spring, which just uses a force instead of it uses a force instead of a velocity target. And then only calculates one time. So because the entire time the velocity, it's literally just a shortcut. It's like a worse version of velocity. It's fine if you just need something that's just gonna point in some direction. You don't really care how fast it gets there, and you just want to set like effectively you just set an acceleration is what you do with that. But as soon as you get into 3 joints, in my case 2 joints was fine, but it was already like breaking. I had the charts going and the angle prediction was always lower than it should be, and the velocity prediction was also often wrong. And then as soon as I added the 3rd one, the whole thing became unstable. It basically could never get the angle or the velocity prediction correct on this joint. These joints were also like totally busted and stepping frame to frame. I could even see this. I could see this leg here like snapping back and forth like a lot, because it was, I mean, which is what I wanted. It was able to like take information from these two and say, oh, okay, the whole thing is moving, so I need to like cancel out that velocity by rotating the opposite direction to fix myself. But then because the prediction was also just kind of wrong sometimes, it was just every frame like 2 degrees, 3 degrees, and you could see it really clearly snapping back and forth. So yeah, that's my plan. A new motor state. Before I get to that, there's no way it exists. It just doesn't. But I'm gonna look. Desmos. Oh, there's also this. I looked at torque curves for motors. Apparently, they're a lot simpler than I thought they were. The only other time I saw a torque curve was vehicle engines, which that system is a lot larger of a system, so those curves can look pretty crazy. Yeah, apparently here, like, I kind of messed up, I think, on my side with the torque. So that might have been a small correction, a very beneficial correction, to have a proper torque curve, which is just setting up a line, really. I can show it. So yeah, I reconfigured how the torque works. I have damping now, though I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I don't actually do damping yet, but I need to add that. Yeah, I need to add damping. And maybe I'll just put damping on the PID controller or the 6-degree freedom joint. I could just put it there. But yeah, essentially what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to just have the max power or the max torque, and that decreases linearly as speed increases. Which this chart is, the axes are flipped, right? Torque is on the bottom and speed is at the top. This is also in a different sort of thing here. This is sort of an assumption that the motor speed is being clamped by an external force, which typically, if your motor, it's not quite correct. It's a different sort of idea, I guess. Because if I just have like a servo motor, which is essentially what I have, it's going to be stationary most of the time, which means it's applying the maximum amount of torque that I can apply, but not because it's being overpowered and it's being resisted. It's because it's just holding a position. It becomes a problem with motors when they're holding a position and you overpower their torque. That's when you get high current or whatever it is, high voltage something, and you start damaging motor. But I don't need to worry about that. I'm not gonna have that. Okay, like I said, I want to look at I need to close stuff. Oh. Honestly, I can close all these. I know what a PIE is. I have the whole implementation already. I can close all that. All right. Don't remember the name. I think there's an R in there that I missed. I mean, yeah, just whatever. JROUWA. I'm just gonna search PID. Why did PID show up for this? This is really old. Why did PID pull this up? He's just recommending it. He has mentioned it, though. I'm curious. Interesting. I mean, but I guess in this case, he's talking about it's falling over and he's using a controller to apply forces onto it as it turns to counteract any rotations. But I mean, really, it's not gonna. Yeah. It's the only time PID has been mentioned in this repository. Oh, hang on. Wait. Integral component? Multiply by 1 minus 4 times delta time. Where does it increase? Yeah. Cool. And I wish I could just message this guy and be like, hey, I have an idea. I should actually figure out how I can do that. But also, I have to, like, not bother him and, like, constantly... There's just been so many times I'm like, hey, wouldn't this be a cool idea? Okay. Let me look for motor. Everything about motors. That's literally everything about motors. No, it's because pull request doesn't show issues, but issues will show pull requests. Motor. Add acceleration mode. What? Wait, how old is this? It's very recent. Closed. I don't understand. But this is setup. Oh. What? Weird. Created an alternate version. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Back to the motor search. Can I... Okay, he is active here. I want to make a new one. Idea. Where's the R key? Get a screenshot. I'll turn my collision shape. Probably helpful. Then I guess I need to make this right. I need to make the sky a little bit less like that. Just make it all black. Whoops. I'll leave that, whatever. And then I think I'd just turn off skeleton. Okay. Oh man. Those are funny images. And I guess I probably should do light blue circles. And I should use a vector layer so I can make them all same. Should be smart about that. I think the color might be wrong. Can I change it this way? Not exactly. Can I change it this way? Yes. Okay. Will this just appear? Nice. Hey, Danilin. When do you do a God of War 2 stream? I don't know. When I finish my game. Okay, it's removed the what? I'm addicted to mouthwash. Uh, it's probably not good. Feeling of a clean mouth makes you feel like a king. Okay. You can also just get that by brushing your teeth. I feel like brushing your teeth does enough. That, I would say, is more like just getting the effect of chewing some mint gum very fast without having to chew the gum. Where's the eye? To play Resident Evil 6. If that's what you were playing a while ago, I don't know if I want to play that. I think those games are fun to watch, but to play, I don't know. I would just get annoyed trying to play that game due to how it controls. You see my stream Protect My Castle? I did not. I think I've seen that. Maybe. If you've worked on it previously, but no, not your recent stream. I saw that you were streaming, though. I've actually given up on YouTube. They raised their prices for premium to not get ads, and I was like, I just literally can't afford that anymore. I think Twitch is like, what is Twitch like? I can look right now. I can see what I'm paying. So I pay 13 USD a month for Twitch. YouTube wants 17 to go ad free, which is just fucking crazy because YouTube definitely has lower cost than Twitch. I feel like it's been a very common thing for Twitch to like be talking about how their streaming service is just expensive to run. And I think they like lose money on premium or on Prime subs. Prime subs are like a money loss for them. Why does searching YouTube pull up like literally every email? Home Depot. What the hell? Maybe I just search premium. It's just this. It's the wrong account. I'm on the wrong account. That's it. $15.99, so $16 a month. So for $3 more. Anyway, I can't afford that and Twitch at the same time. That's just too much. Stream on. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so I was like, no, I'm not gonna pay that. I'll just deal with ads now. And then YouTube is just like, oh yeah, you want to watch AI generated ads back to back? You want to watch 30 seconds of that every 2 minutes on every video you watch? Here you go. I know that they have some fucking robot being like, hey, he just recently unsubscribed. Maybe if we would just pummel him with low quality ads constantly that he can't skip, 15 seconds back to back, 2 ads of AI generated videos that people hate and are just reporting constantly. Maybe he'll renew his subscription. No, I'm not fucking doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. They won't bully me. So now I've given up. I was like, I'm just not even going to watch YouTube anymore. If I want to watch videos, I'm just going to go find someone on Twitch and watch them. Anyway, the point being, I'm looking at a lot of Twitch streams now, and that's like motivating me a bit to live stream. Because I'm just watching other people work on their games, and I'm like, damn, I'm so lazy. I'm not working on my own game. And I also don't want to get an ad blocker, because I actually do want the people that I watch to make money. But it's at the point where I just can't. I straight up can't tolerate it anymore. YouTube is killing their platform with this, with the AI ads. And because, here's the other thing. I feel like I have a duty to watch like as much of the ad as I can possibly watch, click the ad links, and report the ad. Because that's like big bucks to the person, okay? Whenever you click an ad, that goes from like 10 cents per 1,000 views to like $1 per 10 views. Like, so I transfer the money from the AI ad straight to the YouTuber, by doing that, by watching it for a long time and clicking the link. But it's just so obvious a fucking scam. It's so obvious. That's really I mean actually cents. Like 10, I think it's at least 10 cents. 10 to 20 cents by watching like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, a whole minute of a 2-minute ad and clicking the link. That is at least 10 cents straight to the YouTube that I'm watching. That's not an exaggeration. At least 10 cents. Because like literally everybody uses an ad blocker. Everybody clicks skip as soon as the 5-second mark hits. Or as soon as they're able to skip. Sometimes YouTube is just like, all right, I've had enough. And just takes away the skip ad button. So it forces you to watch the whole thing so they can like pay. They can make the advertiser look like they're getting an impression. But yeah, like deliberately watching the whole ad and clicking it, 10 cents easily, straight out of the AI bank account into the YouTuber. But yeah, I mean, I can't even stomach it anymore because I think YouTube just knows. They're like, oh, he loves these ads, so I only get AI ads. It's all I get. They're all 2 minutes long. There's even concept leak where the ad for the AC unit shows the pillow product that's in a different AI ad. That's so funny. But the fact that they don't do anything to kill those, I think is just bad. I think at a base level, an advertisement should not show AI generated stuff unless that is the product. The product is literally an AI generation platform. Of course, you know, that's the product. But if you're showing like literally if your product is a fucking fan that you drop in a water, a fan that you drop into a bowl of fruit, which is obviously just fake as well, or a fucking Christmas light that you plug into your car to like EMP your car and turn off 40% fuel usage, which is totally fake and a scam and just totally not a real thing that happens. It's a fucking Christmas light that you plug into your fucking car. It's crazy. The whole video is AI generated still. You shouldn't be allowed to do that, I think. YouTube should be like super harsh on that. And I think they've been getting harsh on it because I've noticed the ads start to evolve. They start to, their wild claims come down a little bit. They're still like way beyond reality. They're still obviously just fake scams that are making impossible claims. But their impossible claims, you know, 200% is now like 180% impossible claims. They seem to stop with the misinformation saying the industry is just lying to you about this stuff. They stopped putting that in there. But they're still just fake AI scams. And here's one thing that I thought was awesome, and I love this ad that when I saw it. Gave me hope. It was definitely a direct jab at Booking.com, because right now Booking.com is just saying, fuck you, we're just going to AI generate fake places to sell places that aren't real. Some other ads just started playing and saying like, hey, we're not using AI to show you our locations. We're paying a photographer to go out there and take the fucking picture of the place that we're selling you. You want to go live in the mountain cabin? Here's a real picture of the fucking mountain cabin. We didn't AI generate that mountain cabin. I'm like, yes, you're awesome. Just for being a fucking, for taking a jab at the scumbags who are selling you mountain cabins that don't exist. Booking.com is fucking total shit show for doing that. I can't believe they're doing that. And it seems like they really don't care as well. because that ad has been running, the same exact ad of the fake mountain cabin has been running for like over a month. When we take 30% with YouTube coin, we'll take 50%. Change to YouTube coin. I don't even know. I mean, there's like, oh right, it's like I don't know, some cheap Chinese knockoff that some scalper bought 1 trillion units of, and now they are selling it using AI videos. There's that. That's one case. But then there's the other case where it's literally just a fake product. It's not a real thing. We turn off electronic components in your vehicle that are deliberately sabotaging your fuel efficiency. That they've been putting in new cars since 2001. The gas stations don't want to pick it up because it's going to hurt their business. Literally just a lie. A straight up lie. Your car does not have electronic components that sabotage 40% of your fuel efficiency. And you cannot turn it off by plugging in a fucking Christmas light. Let me look this up. Like, this is literally exactly what it looks like. It's a fucking big blue Christmas light. It's this. This is what this blue thing in the middle, this is exactly what the ad is for. It is this. You plug this into your fucking car. It's literally a Christmas light. It's even got this little like notch at the top. And honestly, this looks more like it. It's like large and fat like this, but it has this end on it. So it's really obvious that it actually is straight up a Christmas light. And I think the core is green as well. So it's literally just... God. It's insane. Yeah, here's a real picture of it. It's straight up a Christmas light. Plugged into your car. And supposedly it fucking hacks your car to turn off to give you 40% fuel efficiency. It's not real. It's totally fake. Like, get one human to watch that video and they're like, yeah, that's not real. That's not a real thing. Nuke the ad, nuke the account, take all their money. The great thing is that YouTube can really fuck with them, can really fuck with their money, because YouTube has, like, you have to pay them $200. $200 sits in the account and they tick off your money as they play ads. It is not like, hey, here's your $200 bill, and then we charge you. You have to give YouTube the money, and then YouTube will drain the account this ads run. So they can literally say, fuck you, take all your money. And the scammers just are like, well, shit, I guess I'm done. I guess I can't run my scam anymore. Because I just lost $100 instantly. There's like a minimum deposit too. I think YouTube has a minimum deposit. You can't just be like, hey, give him $1 and then run like 2 ads. It's like a minimum deposit of like hundreds. Pay someone to go for their forbidden force type picture of the cursed cabin where 11 children were killed in a ritualistic sacrifice. Alright, I need to work. I need to work though. I need to work. See the video I sent on the Discord? No. Well, I mean, maybe. If it was a while ago, probably. I'll check on my phone, but I need to work. You already sent me this, didn't you? This is new. I feel like you sent that exact video to me already because it says you sent this today, and I'm just so sure you did not. You sent this to me a while ago. Or you put it on stream. You must have sent it to me on stream. Because I could swear I watched that video already. Just from the image. So you're thinking like how God does it, dude. I've literally been praying. I've been praying to God to help me with this. But yeah, since I was able to actually like step through this and like literally see what's happening, measuring velocities, like I got jolt parity in GDScript, so I could add some extra code that was like print the axis velocity now, print it now, and yeah, like right exactly here. This motor velocity, perfect. It would whatever the target is, it would do it exactly in that step right away. Then it gets down here in rotation constraint of like the femur, so the tibia moves like this, almost all of that velocity goes straight into the femur. But the femur is restricted. So all of that force comes out and sinks into the main body. So they both like, you know, instead of the femur like doing this, it would do this. Like a very tiny rotation because the large mass of the object pulls it all out. So then it comes back here and it's like, all right, we've gotten 0.01 or 0.05 radians closer to our target velocity. And that happens, and that's on the first step. So step 1, 0.05 closer. Next step, 0.049, 0.04, 0.035. And it's just never gonna fucking get there. It will just never ever get there. So I mean, I guess what I could do is I could probably just plug it in here and do like my own simulation of it. That's probably a really smart idea. I should, using my simulation, get it working in here with a controller, which will just inline right here basically, and see what it can do. Because ultimately, I don't really care if I get some overshoot. I don't really care if I get some overshoot. As long as it's not explosive overshoot. Like if I go over a little bit and then I come back and I'm overshot a little bit more, or overshot it again, but I approach that faster. Because ultimately what I would really like to do is like one step, I get here. Next step, all right, I know that I need a huge correction out because of the derivative term. Or the error term is building or whatever. And then I overshoot and I'm like, all right, you know, that's the idea. Because ultimately, like I said, because if I think about it in terms of like the torque, I guess one way that I like to think about it is I think of like how heat transfer works. You have heat and you have temperature. I want a temperature, but because I have a large mass in the equation, a lot of that, I need a lot of heat to get the temperature that I want. And this joint is just working with what it thinks is like two very small mass objects. So it's like, oh, okay, we need like, you know, a little bit of heat. And then all of that temperature goes straight into the main body. Or all of that heat goes in the main body and it barely changes the temperature. That's the real problem. But that kind of can't be avoided. However, my idea is that if I had a controller integrated directly in this location, it would say, all right, well, I know from my current approach and an integral term that my error is large and I just need to start correcting for it fast. It's like, yeah, you know, seeing what I'm looking at now, it would take 2 units of heat to reach the temperature, but I'm approaching so slowly, so I'm actually going to do 20 units of heat. And we're going to, you know, for a moment, the joint is going to be way over the velocity. But the next time it runs through, hopefully it would only be a little bit over the velocity, or like ideally it would be like 80%. After, like, I think ideal situation, one velocity step, we're 80% of the way there. We've removed 80% of our error. That would be huge. You know, no overshoot would be great. But ultimately, to like even make that approach, it has to deliberately overshoot on purpose, which current set of vision will do. So let me try that. Yeah, let me do that. I will be right back though. Be right back. I just got super hungry, so I'm making food. So I'll be a bit longer. I'm back, and I am supposed to stop the music when I leave. I forgot. I have to stream now. More of me pissing you off. Yeah, that's it. That's good. I'm glad. Okay. I've got food. I'm gonna eat, and yeah. The smart thing to do would be to, since I have essentially a scripted port right here, I don't have to worry about building it constantly over and over again. Though I wonder if the build time is probably not even large enough for me to really have to worry about that. And I can also debug live. That's probably better just to do. Yeah, that's my idea. Thanks for following, Mr. Bard YT. 200. Yeah, so I'm gonna eat first. Thanks for following Christos Ale. Yep. I'm eating though. Getting it will have to wait. It's ASMR. Can you hear me chewing? Well, now I know. What are you? I'm 27. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. And then I'm actually gonna do stuff. I'm back. Okay. So what you have made, it's very little. The most impressive thing I have so far is the character controller. And that's like the most minimal foundation you can possibly have for a game, is to be able to move your character around. For a game that has a character that you move around. Mind you of Brackies. I sort of know who that is. Sort of. They're mostly on YouTube, right? Yeah. What did I watch? Apparently, the only thing I watched was their lighting tutorial, which I did not like. Stop. Okay. Right, so since I have an actual simulation in here, I should be able to emulate what I want to do. So I've also realized there's probably sort of three versions of the controller. I can have an angle controller, a velocity controller. I'm calling it this because that's the output. I give in two angles and it returns an out, and it returns a velocity for me. So velocity controller, a velocity controller with an acceleration controller, and an acceleration controller. So the input, I can either give an angle, and I want it to pass through just to get a velocity. I can provide an angle, and it passes through to create an acceleration. Or I provided a velocity, and it passes through to create an acceleration. So instead of going through all that, I'll probably just put it in line, because I actually have, I literally have it, so I can just make it happen. Where does it start? It would start. Chain, I think, is responsible for setting up. Why isn't it weird? Here it is. So I set this. And I think what I actually want is just to have. Does it run right now? Yes. I need to fix this stuff though, because I just modified all that. Okay, cool. Alright, so really I just want to go all the way for it. Which means part will just do the setup, which gives me the IK angle. And that is what I pass in. So the IK angle, I pass that in. I will... I'm going to comment some of these things out, I think. This will just always return false because it should stop right away. This, we're just doing one iteration. And I will watch to see what happens there. That will not happen. The target will be like this. I provide an IK angle. And I still set that normally. Okay. 6-degree freedom constraint. This will be a set constraint. Set target angle. I just provide target directly. Yeah, because the way that I calculate angles, the way that Godot calculates angles is the exact same. That Jolt calculates angles is the exact same way that I'm calculating them. So all I provide there is that. And I will just be hard coding these things. I know that I'm only going to have one axis of rotation, so I'm not going to worry about setting anything up for that. I get snacks. All right. So yeah, it'll just be like motor. Yeah, velocity controller means it controls the velocity, I think is probably the best way to think of it. These are not. Yeah, okay. Oh. Thanks for the 100 bits, Mr. Vard. Good work, thanks. It didn't say it. I think it was supposed to say that. That's weird. I should look into that. If I can remember to do that. Thank you, though. I really appreciate that. What did I say? Set target angle is what I called it. Yeah, it appeared, but it should have also read it. Read it out loud. Starting so setup will. I'm also just gonna have a new motor state. And make it so this will apply that motor state. And how will the setup be? What does setup do? It just creates that and sets a bias. I'll just leave it be the same thing. I don't know what the difference between these two would be. Something might be broken, or I just didn't set it up correctly. Or the number to read it is higher than that. Which I think is most likely. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter, because I'll be changing the bias every time I read it anyway. So this will calculate a target velocity on the axis, and I only have one. Yeah, compute target velocity. I have to calculate this, which at this point I don't need to worry about using negative signs. I actually don't need that yet. Target velocity will read the, what is this? Measure versus, okay, so I actually have to measure it. Right, okay. I think this is where the difference lies then, because the bias is just going to become... The bias will just be the angle, because I mean, that's all the spring part is used for, is just to store a number and return the number. So yeah, the bias is supposed to be the actual difference between the angles, I think. No, because the velocity controller needs the actual angle. So constraint local, I can get the axis. How do I get that? Whoa, yeah. Constraint local is the... I forgot how to calculate this. Joint axis. I have the relative rotation. I get the joint axis. I fix it and then I... Okay. Okay. It is just this. I'll just paste it right in. So joint axis is joint body is just the transform of the body. Oh wow, thank you. Thank you, Christos Ales, for the 101. Really appreciate that. Number one. Thank you. Really appreciate it. What is this? It's just this one. This. Wait, what? Sure. The axis vector is just rotation axis. And then here's the fix, and then I have the angle. So what I provide is I just provide the angle. So that's the real angle of it. So that will just save it to the bias, so I can recover that later. So I compute using the input, which should be motor constraint I bias. Target. Wait, yes. That's target. My target is target angle I. Assignment. There. Rotation is going to be constraint local. And then I have delta. So I get the target velocity, and then I get, which that should just come back exactly as it is. And I have current velocity. And then I have that's not what this should be. And then I have input, current velocity, target velocity, delta. And these actually have to create it as well. And then update parameters. Okay, I guess I just set them directly. Yeah. See, you really enjoy what you're doing, and that genuine passion for game development. Run Christmas recently started a new Discord community for developers and gamers. Yeah, sure. Send me the link. Yeah. I'm looking for, wait, what is this? So I think the velocity, I'm gonna start with 4. I'll leave everything else as default, which I think the defaults are actually also not what I want. Oh no, those are what I want. Okay, all zeros. Thank you for the 1 bit. Okay, but don't start bit spamming. Don't do that. Don't do that. I am not afraid to cut you off. I'll say 1.2 for the motor acceleration. So when I was doing testing, I felt like these were good values. Okay. Hello, Bill Walden 690. A question? I don't do well with questions, but what's your question? Why do you look like Tom York from Radiohead? I don't know what that person looks like. And brackies. I don't see that one. I don't see that one. Where am I at? Was there not something else that I needed to do? I don't know. Okay. But there's acceleration. The acceleration will apply to the current velocity, and that becomes a new bias. Oh. Right. I have to save that somewhere else. I'll just save motor angle then. I just won't pass a bias. So this would be motor angle. And then I need to set the bias. Which this one might need to be the negative. I think it needs to be... I'll find out if it needs to be negative or not. Yeah, because whatever I set... Yeah, whatever I set the bias, whatever I want it to be, I need the negative. No, because when I measure it here, I measure the opposite of that. So actually I set it to what I want it to be. But what I want it... It might be wrong. I'll figure it out. Search it up, you will get it. I will save that. Somewhere. Where will I save that? Okay. I set the bias. And then... Yeah, I think it is just supposed to be the opposite of whatever I want it to be. But then this one is weird because I'm measuring it... What? If Godot just didn't pass a negative value in here, everything would be so much nicer. So... the velocity that I really want will become negative when given to the constraint. So the velocity that I really want, I give it negative. So this is the same calculation. This is the velocity that I really want. Though this is the part that gets me because this is inverted up here. But that is how I measure it, otherwise. It's because they subtract the bias, right? How does it work exactly? It's because it subtracts the bias. Really, it should be bias minus the other value. So it's inverted. I feel like Godot is harder than Unity. For everything that I've wanted to do with Godot, and I haven't even used Unity very much, but I could believe it. I do think... I mean, at this point, the next game that I make, I'm not going to use Godot. I want to use it because it was open source. I thought that was really cool, which means I can like work with it really fast. It's small, which means I can actually read the source code and understand it. Although I still have issues. I have too many issues, too many deal breakers. And I think the scripting language is sort of like one of the things that has ended up causing a lot of the issues that I have with it. I think it's really nice. I love being able to get in here and write something in and debug it in the editor, but you don't need a custom scripting language to do that. And then the fact that I've re-implemented like a lot of engine source code in here because I can't access the engine source code just whenever I want. Or I can't access functions. I have to have permission from the engine to be able to do what I want to it. I think, oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. So from here, when I calculate the velocity, I calculate the negative velocity. The joint velocity is what? The joint velocity is the joint axis, parent minus part, yeah. So that one. So this must be correct. And then I have the target. But what's getting me, I think, is this bias. I don't know if the bias is meant to be negative. I think so, because that's how Jolt does it. If I pass in a velocity to Jolt, Jolt will pass the negative to it. So I think that's right. Okay. I can just look at it and see if it's working or not too. And then recalculate it here. And then I think these other ones are just going to be the same. Though I always use the negative, so I don't know. Am I supposed to use the negative then? So I calculate a velocity. I make it negative. I pass it to Godot. Godot passes it to the controller as a negative. So does that mean the double negatives cancel out and I just don't have a negative here? But I would have a negative here. Or not. Okay, I think whatever the target angular velocity is, the axis velocity, the negative of the axis velocity is what should match. So if this was like 0.07 before the negative, then this comes out as being 0.07. So that makes this a negative. I think it's just all supposed to be negative. I don't know. I think it might just all supposed to be negative. All right. It didn't run this. All right, why not? What is going on? It's not running this at all. If not had update break, that's probably why. I'll just comment that. Okay. Negative 25, really? Oh. What? That doesn't even make sense to me. Joint access. Oh. Okay, the setup doesn't run backwards. All right. I was expecting the setup to run backwards. I guess I'm just going to hit continue. Okay, now I'm on the one I want to look at. That's still okay. I guess just whatever. I'll try with it. Okay, so femur, rotation, cool, angle, cool. So what happened? That's the measure. My target angle was the weird one. What? I'm confused. Thanks for the bit. Will you be doing graphics as well? Yes. As much as I can. One of the things for me is that modeling like organics, like yeah, I mean I like creatures, things that are soft, I guess. That I have no skill in. So pretty much everything that I'm doing is going to be robots or people. And by people, I mean like they're not going to be high quality deliberately, I think. Just so that it's something I can do. I don't have to become an expert in it. What is weird about this? There's something weird about this. What did I see? Wait, what's weird about it? The target angle isn't set yet, but that's fine. Okay. It must be the target angle because that's the correct angle. That angle makes sense. No, 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 no. It should just run it right away. That's fine. These angles are really extreme. They don't make sense to me. Okay, but that one makes sense. So what happened? What happened? Motor angle is just that value now. No, really, what happened? Why is it different? Okay, so this was wrong. It's because that's negative. Which is weird because I would have had to fix that. I'm actually really surprised that it's the first time that has happened. Cool, there we go. Now it makes sense. Yep, the targets are reasonable. So the desired angle, there's the measured angle, delta. Target velocity, negative 0.35. The current velocity should hopefully be like the same number. I don't know. I'll find out. Really, the hope is that whatever I set bias to here should be the same number that comes out on current velocity, I think. Whatever is before the negative, so take the negative of the bias, these should be the same number but opposite signs. That's what I should see. I mean, I don't know why I say that. Obviously that will be what happens, but then the question is, was the target velocity correct in the first place? What is this one? 0? .43. Bias 0.436. So do I see that? And I'm not going to see it because that's the last line. So I guess you can look at it here. axis velocity is 0. Because I didn't set the axis. Also, when I do the negative, it doesn't matter which way I do it. Never mind. I was going to say, is that affecting the vector before or after the dot? I think it's definitely inverting the vector and then using dot, which is just the same exact result. Okay, axis is now a value. This should just be the same bias that it was before. 436048. Right, okay, so this is correct. But I guess still the ultimate question is like, well, okay. This is how I calculate the velocity on my side, and I set it as a negative. And then Godot passes that as a negative. So that becomes a double negative. And then Jolt passes that as a negative to bias. I don't know. I just need to write this down. Prior to the correction. Four three six 047. And that's just the okay, so yeah, I take my bias, negative the bias. That's the real target. The hope is that when this comes back around the next time, the current velocity, I mean, I guess I can actually just look at that. Did I write it down? I did not. I don't think I need to write it down, actually. I should continue. Okay. And I actually messed up because I wanted to look at it prior to that. Okay, it was like 43048. What is it now? I'm looking at bias. I want bias to be... I did mess up though. I was supposed to look at it. I was supposed to stop it early. Okay, so the bias reduced a little bit, but it's actually still quite high. Okay. And this time I care about it. Yeah, so interesting. So I guess the thing is, probably I don't need to worry about computing this every time because these angles don't change. These angles never change. So it might be smart for me to save this instead of the angle, because the angle doesn't really matter. Whatever. Current velocity is now negative 0.75. Target velocity is that. Which, what I really wanted to look at is how close these are approaching. I mean, acceleration is still quite okay. It seems like it's barely changing. But another target velocity is negative 3.5, and the current velocity is 0.75. .075 was last time. 0.8. So yeah, this one's really unresponsive. Very, very unresponsive. And this is already with a 4 times difference. Though I guess it doesn't include any other parameters yet. This doesn't have that integral or derivative term yet. And this is still a very, very slow approach that's happening. So I will just set those up. So velocity should be the most important one. I need to remind myself exactly how this works. Integral error times delta. Derivative is just the difference. I'll try 1 and 0.5. Because the derivative might help it the most. Target velocity 3.9. Interesting that it's already done something different, but yeah. Current velocity is really positive 0.7. Or 8. Okay, so I went from 0.7 to 0.1, which is better. It's still a very slow approach, but hopefully a few more runs of this one and it's going to be like, it's going to get there. This time. All right, it's actually speeding up to it. Good. So now it's still moving quite slow relatively, but yeah, and that was a very small change this time. Yeah. But hopefully, I just want to see. Integral is actually really slow to build up though. I think the first term is the integral, second one is derivative. I think. The last one is the derivative. What? What? Okay. Oh. This one, okay, this one might be wrong because... Okay, never mind. I've done it wrong. Because I know that this... Yeah. Um, I think I can just take these two off, actually. So I'm going to take these off. And I need to... Yeah, I think what I do is I can just write to the target angular velocity. Okay, but I do need to track the target angle. So this line will just come up here. Angle, target angle I. There's no delta. But I can just fake that. So that is a concern actually that I need. If I were to compute it here, I would need that, which is an issue. So yeah, this should just be computed once per frame, because otherwise the build up there is very wrong and it's excessive. The motor acceleration, I think, is what needed these. And I use the negative, so I just use... In fact, I won't make that one negative. I'll make it negative here. Okay. Now this should be doing work. Why is that the target velocity? What? Why is that a target velocity? What? It changed. Did it change? What changed? I guess I'm gonna set target. Because target angle isn't set yet. Okay. Change these back. I don't have the target angle in setup. Which, I mean, honestly, it might be my problem. I should probably have set up after I do all this. I just need to set it before I call setup. So wherever I call setup, I need to have it done before that. So the part, setup motor velocity. This actually does configure the IK angle. So I have it. I have it now. I'm just going to copy and move it up here. I'm just going to redo it up here. Just so I can have it. Because it's ready at that point. Though the torque limit's not ready yet, so I'm just not going to do it there then. I did note this. Actually, I'll do this. This will be how it works, because if it works and I put in the jolt, all this simulation goes away, and I'm just calculating the IK angle and passing it straight to it, and then it will run setup and all that stuff with the IK angle ready. Because of certain orders of things, I have to do it in a strange order, where I call setup before I actually set the target angles. But in the real thing, it'll be in the right order. Thank you for the 5 bits. Can see rare aggression. Thank you. I hope I start making some real progress, because I've been stuck on this for forever. But hopefully, real progress is happening. Hopefully. Angle is in. Okay, so now I change this back. Target velocity. And I don't need that one. Measure, target, and then this is a weird thing that I need to figure out when I get to it, because I don't actually have delta in setup phase. Stuck in multiplayer glitches for weeks. That's stuff I didn't know I could. Yeah. Thanks for the optimism. I can't think of a better way to say that. Yeah, thank you. I was definitely demotivated for a bit because of just issues with this. But I do feel better now. Okay. Target angle. I set the angle velocity just as the value. I set up, and I'll pass a bias. Yeah, I have no reason to pass a bias because I recalculate it every time. Then I get up here, target velocity is just the negative of that result. I compute a current velocity. I compute an acceleration. I apply the acceleration to the current velocity. Though I do kind of wonder if I need to do this as a negative, because okay, no. This being a negative, no. I mean, it's going in the correct direction, so if I had the wrong sign, then it would be going the wrong way. So I definitely know for sure that this is the correct sign. It's the correct sign. Yeah, for sure it's the right sign. Okay, now I think I run. Okay, good. That's the target velocity that I expected to see. So that just stays the same in this sort of mode. I mean, it's always gonna be calculated in setup, or at least on the first velocity step, it would be calculated. Setup gets a delta time. Never mind, I'm stupid. Setup has delta time. That's not a weird thing to figure out. I definitely have that. So yeah, never mind. I definitely have the delta there. Good. Okay. Target velocity, current velocity. There's the acceleration. Right, and I actually have to have this open because I can't see it from there. Okay. So my target was 3.9. That's the acceleration I want to have. And I've computed an overshoot of the acceleration to 0.489. So after this runs, I should just see that same number, 0.489. Okay, good. But it was negative, because the bias is also negative, so yeah. Okay, so I hit continue. Continue, and now I care. Alright, so that's, yeah, so that's good. So from like negative 0.7, I think, to 0.1. Target velocity always stays the same. Acceleration is roughly the same value still, because I think that should be coming from derivative and integral. Should have been, which I actually wanted to look at that. Which I guess I can look at the memory state. That'll be the acceleration controller. Hey Dylan. So you have a passion for what? Okay. I already have you at it. And you also don't send me any of that. You graphic designer? Not professionally, but I do think I know I am good at graphic design. Okay, so derivative is this term. This was the previous error. This is the integral. Integral is actually already growing quite a bit. Wait, what? Right, because I undid everything, it's not doing it now. This. That's what I want. I'm hallucinating. No data, I mean. Oh. He is messing around. It's actually a very large. It's double. But I mean, sure, right? No, I care and I actually want to step in and look at it now. The integral reversed sine. Did it? How could that happen? Maybe I was just seeing something and it was not that before. Graphics, you mean 3D? What design, you mean hammering my head until something works? Then yes. Yeah, so now the derivative term, well actually, oh, right. So this would actually be taking off a little bit. Never mind. Okay. Smaller acceleration this time. But what did I end up at? Yeah, I ended up at that. Okay. So now bias was 4.4. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So it's actually getting really close now. This has gotten really close. That's a big step. Because before this was like -07, -08, -1. Now we've like skipped the whole velocity step now, and we're actually ahead. So now what's the bias looking like? It should be a lot less now, I think. Yeah. So before it was like 0.4, now it's 0.3. Which is actually under the target velocity, interestingly enough. Which I guess is fine. Yeah, sure, that's fine. It should be approaching it, though. Huh. Something weird happened. How did that happen? How did it lower? Okay, I mean, I guess technically this is not the only joint operating. The other two joints are also happening in the background, so that's probably what happened here. The other two joints are working, and they've done something that has tweaked this a little bit. So now I do expect the bias to be higher again. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Change 2 centimeters on my stairs, went from 4 rows of stairs to 2. What? 4 rows of stairs. You mean 4 steps to 2 steps? What math? What math? It's getting there. It is getting there. I mean, I guess, well, I know that the target angular velocity, this should be the same, or whatever it is for all of them. I can look at that at the end. But I don't know how it's still only halfway there. Thanks for the bit. For Danilyn's stairs. I mean, you would have to have like from 4 to 2. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you had like a 3 or 4 centimeter step, and when he took off half, now you have half the steps. That wouldn't make sense, actually. You would add 2 centimeters. It would be 2 centimeters. You add 2 to make it 4, and now you have half the number of steps. I mean, I guess I can still... Okay, one thing that I know is that I would really be using probably like a 20. I would be using 4 times the velocity that I actually want to have. Not... Wait, what? 4 times what I have now. So I'd be using like 16 or 20 on the proportional for the target velocity. So this would be like, instead of 0.35, it'd be 1. Something like 1 would be the target velocity. And I guess the equivalence there is like 20 over 100 physics ticks per second. So I mean, I would approach, it would take me 5 seconds or a fifth of a second to reach the angle that I want to be at. So 20 frames. No, it's actually really different. Hang on. That's 20 over 100. 5 frames to reach the angle I want to be at. Not a fifth of a second. Oh well. This one is probably actually like a fifth of a second. 4 over 100. Do I know math? I don't. 100 divided by 4. 25. A quarter of a second. So 4 would mean a quarter of a second from now is when I should reach the angle I want to be at. So I can go a lot higher than that, as long as I don't go over 100, really. And then also, as long as the motor isn't overcorrecting its acceleration. I mean, I don't know. This is kind of okay. But what step am I on? I'm halfway there, and yeah. It is getting there. But it's not quite at the pace that I would have expected. The integral is adding up though, still, progressively. And then derivative should hopefully be getting smaller over time as well. I think it used to be like 06. No, it's 01. "17 centimeters up, 28 long." "17 to 17 centimeters?" What are you saying? 4 rows of stairs to 2? 30 long? Damn, I just don't know what you're saying. You're just not making any sense. You're really not. Okay, I want to look at these. Target, current, target. Okay, this one is actually kind of suffering a bit. I mean, it's gotten there. It has gone there. What exact motor is this? This should be the tarsus, actually. This one should be the tibia. And this one wants to just stop. Because, I mean, technically this is the last one that runs, so this one does get the final say in what every velocity ends up being. I mean, it's still kind of excessive, though. What? Why is it lying to me? That's really weird. Huh? Oh, it's not lying to me. I'm just dumb and I don't know what I'm looking for. I was looking for total lambda. And 0.5 is the maximum lambda that it's allowed to have. And it is not a fifth of the way there. Which, I mean, ideally, I think ideally, these would reach either their target velocity or they hit their limit on torque. This one's not even close to its limit. I mean, I say not even close. It's a fifth of the way there. So perhaps what I could do is I could just increase. I think it's working. I saw one little hiccup in the stability where it went from like 0.129 to 0.09, and that was odd. But I suppose falling away from its target velocity instead of overshooting and then blowing up is much more preferred. So let me jump that up to that. And then because there's kind of more control now, I could use this. I could do 2, this, and then I think derivatives should be sort of close to proportional or exceeding proportional, I think. It might be better for it to at least match proportional. So I've cranked it up. I'm going to see if this can help. And the target anti velocity should be way higher now too. Yeah. Acceleration's crazy. So what's actually funny is this has instantly reached the target velocity that I would have wanted before in a single iteration, which in theory means that, you know, if it were to tamper off really hard at this point and like try to sit at 0.35, it would be able to do it easily. Yeah, the real target now is -1.4. So the hope is that I can reach that pretty quick. And it is reaching it pretty fast. That's a very fast approach. And now it has tapered off a little bit. It's fallen off even more. Okay, now it's starting to approach it again. Alright, so then I want to look at the other ones. 168, 146. This one's really close. Yeah, now I wonder if like it probably is going to be a case where I need to do these differently for each of the joints. The femur probably needs to, and it might even be a case where I need to change their controllers as joints break. Well, I mean, don't really need to worry about that because my plan with the joints break is that they're just going to try to hold their position, I think. Yeah, I think if like a leg breaks, I don't know, I'm out of some default pose that I want it to reach, and then it's just going to very softly try to stay at that position. This one's actually really close to what it wants to be at. But I do think what happens with when the tarsus gets added is that this one just kind of typically struggles to stay at to get to its target in the first place. It always struggles. And then it really struggles to stay there. And then it seems like the femur is being it's just really struggling. I mean, but ultimately, as long as it's the same sign as the target velocity, that I think is the most important thing. As long as it is the same sign and also not deviating away from, progressively getting closer to it, instead of deviating away. Though right now, femur is getting worse. Femur is departing from what it wants to be at. So its target is 0007, 946. Right. This could be a problem then. Okay, no, actually that's fine. Because, yeah, like I said, as long as it's the same sign. Because that did look like that was a little worrying for a second. Do the math to see it. I don't know. That was a while ago. Will there be a real FNAF pizzeria in New Jersey next year? There will be. What are you talking about? What are you saying? I'm not going to New Jersey. Which one are we on? I want to make sure I don't accidentally miss it. Put a stop there. Alright, this is good. I like this. These have gotten really close to their targets. The femur, though, still struggles. But it does improve at its final step. It does improve a lot. Wait a second, did I see that right? No, yeah, I did not see that right. I thought for a second that this was overshooting its target, which could be bad, but I don't think so. Yeah, these have approached really well. I'm gonna take that off and I'm gonna jump ahead. So from my simulation, let's go see what the constraints are. Well, actually, I guess I'm jumping down here. Oh, and I guess I can look at the, I could look at the angle too and see what the angle got to. Okay. So the angle in this one ended up at 0022. It wanted to be at negative 4 zeros and a 2. Sure. The joint velocity ended up at 2 zeros and this basically 8. And then the target velocity on this was I mean, I guess the idea is like once everything figures out the torque that it should start at, and it's like holding that pose, as it continues to iterate, it should just get a better and better result. So eventually this one should probably be able to recover. But this one's not looking too good. Okay, so this is the next part. This is the tibia. So I want to be at negative 0.1. And I predict that I end up at that. Okay. Really? Okay, so here then I might have a mistake with the target velocity. That could be a possibility. I might have a mistake with that. Yeah, it might be that the bias is the wrong way around. Because this one's really concerning. Because this is the current angle, it's 3 zeros and a 6, and the new angle is 2 zeros and a 9. And it wanted to go in the literal opposite direction. Yeah, I think I've got it wrong. I definitely have the bias in the wrong. Okay. Just the regular bias. Because I guess technically target velocity has already been negated, and then I negate this. So then this, everything is already negative. So let's see. So I did my simulation. Okay. So this one, the joint angle and the IK angle are just identical on the femur, usually in the first frame, because it doesn't want to change. So the joint velocity being that high is odd. So maybe I still have a mistake. That doesn't really make any sense. Though, I mean, the angle isn't as bad as the other one was. Maybe. I'll find out on the next one for sure. Okay. So this one wanted an IK angle of -1, -0.1, and it got... It went in the correct direction this time. It went in the right direction. So the joint velocity ended up being 22958. Which is just weird because that's the wrong reading. Okay. So I don't know what's going on. That's too strange. I think it might just be that current velocity is supposed to be negative. Dude, the negatives just are crazy. Okay. Let me think about this. I'll just get it like this. It might just be that I'm supposed to write it this way, and this is where all the weird negative stuff is happening, because I write it like that. Okay, so target velocity, current velocity, acceleration, current velocity plus acceleration, and then I make that the negative. And then in theory, I should see like target velocity like 1.4. Okay. forget the negatives completely. Why you? Oh. All right. Now, I think at that point, the only question then is target velocity supposed to be the negative? Because that could still be the case. When I measure the angle coming out of it, if it deviated away from it, then I know that target velocity is the only one here that should be negative. Because it should definitely be approaching it. Okay, this one, whatever, I think. Whatever on that one. Because the femur is just getting affected by the other two legs way too much. So that one I can't really fault it for being any different. So joint angle was positive. The target was negative. The result is positive. Okay. So then I think that just means maybe I should be looking at both before I just jump to flipping it and make, because the tarsus should be the one that definitely can't be affected by anything else. People only think about the kidney when it fails. It really makes you think. Okay, I just want to look at the tarsus. Tarsus, right? Yes. Because this one should reach the velocity it wanted to reach, and it should reach the angle it wants to reach. And if it does not, then I know that I was wrong. So the joint angle was positive. The IK angle was more positive. The result is negative. Okay. So then, absolutely for a fact, that should just be negative, I think. Because whatever I set the target to is what it comes out to be. So that just means that the target needs to be negative. Which honestly, now that I think more about it, let me think about that. Hang on, let me think about that. If I set a positive velocity, the angle I measure will decrease. A negative velocity, the angle I measure will increase. Weird. But that is the default behavior then, right? I still think Godot is silly for inverting it deliberately, even if it makes it easier to understand, like a positive velocity makes the angle increase. Even if that makes more sense, if that's not what the most simple form of the math results in, then it just shouldn't be that way. Okay, so this one just wanted to stay at 0. What did I get? Sure. I also want to look at the velocity, target angular, 000 and a 7. I got, yeah. Right. A negative velocity to reach a negative angle. But then I had to invert that to get it to go the right way. Okay, this one. I wanted negative 0.1. It was positive. It is now negative 0.008. And it's not supposed to reach it in one step either. because, you know, that would be instantaneous motion, which is kind of crazy. But in the right direction is good. So we ended up with a velocity of 0.82, and it wanted to have a velocity. You know, invert everything. It got halfway to the velocity it wanted. This one should have the best result, I think. So we were positive. We wanted to be at 0.8. We got to... We did increase. So it's 3 zeros and a 4 into 2 zeros and a 3. The output velocity was negative 0.24, and it wanted a velocity of much higher. So flip that around, 0.24 to 1.4. But I mean, that's fine. Definitely the important thing is that it's the same sign. That's the most important. If it is always the same sign and not greater than the target angular velocity, I'm happy. Okay, well, I feel like I've demonstrated that it's probably working. I could go the extra step and have this do several iterations. Though that doesn't really improve anything, because the iterations actually don't continue off each other. But okay. I think I've demonstrated that it's not a bad idea. At least. Okay. Why is this? So now how would I do it? Why is everything closed? Did I close this? I got a bunch of these things open, now they're all closed. Yeah, what happened? I definitely had like type. Did I start to type in here? I don't know. Okay. That's all tabs, okay. So maybe motor state could still be like position and velocity. I still leave those, but I have a new thing that's like PID, and I say no. It should probably be a different motor state. I think that makes. I think it's following with what motor state is trying to do. So I might say PID. The simple version is where I pass in the velocity, though all caps is. Hello, how's it going? It's going well. I feel like I've demonstrated with my toy example that it's probably going to work, and it's probably not a bad idea. Or maybe at least all I've demonstrated is that it's probably not a bad idea. Right, before I actually do anything, I need to close this. Because I think there's things here that I probably should just go and delete. Or maybe cache. Okay, some of this I can definitely commit. What's the last thing I did? I will send the build. And I guess I might as well send that because that's And then nothing ever is a bad idea until you test it. It did not explode. That's the important thing. It needs to approach the target velocity and not explode away from it. And preferably approach it pretty fast. Which it seemed like in my case it was. Everything was approaching pretty fast. And yeah, I think I might just tickle these out because I don't. Okay, no, I won't take them out. But I just needed to make sure I'm not going to commit them when I start adding stuff. Let me see what these files are. Direct body state, I won't be messing with. Yeah, I won't be messing with direct body state. Physics server 3D. I think I definitely. Yeah, I think there I will be messing with that. Specifically, generic 6 degree of freedom joint. No, not this one. Modules, right. Okay. So what I'm doing is going to go right in here. So that will be split. That will be split so I can actually commit them separately. Or add what I'm doing now to a commit and exclude this stuff. They will be split. Splittable? And I guess I just want to keep this so that if I write it in and it just something crazy happens and I'm like, okay, well, that was wrong. Let me copy that back to GDScript and then I can test it in GDScript and see what was probably going wrong. I could also debug it directly. Yeah. Okay, so ideal way to do this, definitely start with the API side. What do I actually want to be writing to make it happen? So I need some way to say that I want to run with. Close this. Close this. I can close all that because I don't think any of that everything's going to be in motor settings and 6 degree of freedom directly. So I need to see where it sets. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do it. What it looks like here. Physics server 6 degree of freedom joint access flag. Okay. So set angular, motor target velocity, drive force limit. I want to look at this one because this one's going to be doing something. I mean, this is exactly the point where GDScript is like taking the repository hostage because of this kind of insanity that you have to deal with. Because honestly, there's nothing stopping Godot from just saying, yeah, here's the jolt joint. Do what you want with it. Call the methods you want to call on it. There's nothing stopping it from doing that. Just in order for GDScript to work, it has to be this way. So I go here. Because something that happens is it checks. Also, I feel like something is wrong with these italics. Like, these are like super duper italicized words, I think. These are way more italics than they should be. Because somewhere in here it has to flip it. It has to flip something. Okay, yeah. It's probably this. But there's still... Here it is. Drive limit set. Okay, so when I call set parameter and I have this as the parameter, I turn it on. And then if I ever set... Yeah, I turn it on. Then I guess the question is, how do I turn it off? It doesn't turn off. Okay, well, I guess... Okay. I do know that the API behind this is that the other option is going to be deprecated, and drive limit is how you're supposed to be setting it. So I guess that makes sense. If you set it one time, it's going to be turned on, and that's just the one you're using. And the other value will just be ignored, is what's happening. Okay. So I need to have like a parameter. And this is 6 degree of freedom, joint. I mean, I'll just look at this one. Drive, force limit. It closed. This one. Drive. Access parameter. Access flag. Okay. I think ideally I would like it to be like a toggle. Like I would click a checkbox and say, I want to use angle, or I want to use velocity, or I could use one or the other individually, or both. What's your game idea? You have a gun and you're going to be shooting robots, and there will be physics involved in that. It's going to be story, so it's going to be like a linear mission based type thing. The story is that you're going to be blowing up a planet, and just you have to, someone's like sabotaging that. It's kind of like the opposite. You know, you might say, oh, you're supposed to be stopping the planet from being exploded. You're actually the one who's causing it to happen. So someone has like sabotaged it to stop that, and you're going down there to, as like a final cleanup thing. That's the big idea. And the gameplay idea is that there's going to be physics. Fine. I guess you could say it's going to be like Half-Life. That might be the best comparison so far. Like Half-Life 2, how physics is part of the weapon sandbox. That's the idea. Physics is going to be part of it. Thanks for the bit. Everyone knows physics. Yeah. Physics is fun when you're playing with it and not when you're trying to make it work. That's for sure. Okay, I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense for me to say a motor yeah. I think I specifically am looking to turn on certain things. So I turn on velocity, or I turn on acceleration, and I can just flip those two back and forth. And then I have the parameters. I think I should just put them in motor, target, angle. I think all I'm adding here is I'm just adding an angle above this. Add a target angle. %agree, yeah. Okay, so that should be all I have to do there. Um, that's weird. I mean, I wanted to do the actual API that I call specifically first, but I mean, this stuff is just, the API is already just like that, so. Okay. Set linear limit is custom things that I have added. Everything below the flag is all custom stuff, so I think if this could ever be like a PR to Godot, then I would put this here. Because otherwise, if I put it on the other side, then it's going to be hard to extract it. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's going to be dumb no matter where I put it, honestly, so I may as well just sort it where I think it should be sorted. Linear limit is added by me. Get applied force and torque, I think, is a real PR that's happened. I think that one's real. I don't think that was me. I think I put it in here, but it was someone else's PR. Set linear limit, get linear limit. I'll put it above it. Yeah, because the API that I want is just to sidestep calling set flag and set parameter, because those are really, I don't like those. I want just a method for it. So this might be like, set, I mean, let me go out here. What would I want to call? All the way out here. Being a finalize. What do I think is apply motor parameters? So I could just avoid. Well, I mean, I have to do that no matter what for the torque. We'll go and comment these out, the velocities. So apply motor parameters, so I would just be like bone joint, I like set motor. Set motor target or set motor angle target? Ultimately, the code will have to store the target angle to be able to calculate a velocity out of it. And then setting a target velocity will just read from that target. Okay, I'll say this. Set motor target angle, and I would just pass in a vector of everything. So bone local axis index of the bone rotation. IK angle, and that would just be set. All right, so that's it. Set motor target angle, and that's all I would have to call. Set motor target angle. Though it would also be here something to like apply the, I guess I'll write it here too. I think it makes sense to just pass the 3 parameters individually. And if I wanted to store it as a vector, that's fine, but I should be, yeah, it probably makes sense to pass them individually. Though I don't know. In my case, I store the parameters separately. They're not in a vector. And they're not vector-like either. It just happens to be that there's 3 parameters. Maybe I just say accept motor PID, and this would be like... I could say that this one is for the angle. I'll just say 0, because I think that's probably what it would be. Generic. Yeah, I don't even know. Velocity. And I could just pass them in directly. Motor parameters, angle controller. Okay, so I'll just say this. Is it this? Controller parameters. I don't know, what makes more sense? Does it make sense to say that it's the angle controller because it takes angle input, or it is the velocity controller because it provides a velocity output? A velocity controller because it takes in velocities, or an acceleration controller because it outputs an acceleration? I think the output makes the most sense. And I think it makes sense because once you get to asking the question about the velocity controller, the difference between 2 velocities is an acceleration. And that one's really obvious. The difference between 2 displacements is a velocity. Right? Okay, I mean, I guess that one's maybe a bit of a stretch. A change in displacement is a velocity. Change in velocity is an acceleration. So yeah, I think it makes sense that these should be named after what they put out. And then PID, it's going to be in that order. Wait, what? Yeah, I just kind of picked whatever name I felt like at the time, I guess. Motor controller. Is there not a better API than that? Set motor target angle, set motor PID velocity, PID acceleration. What would the parameter flags be? Because these also have to be in here. I mean, I guess just that. The question here becomes, what if I want to change just a single value? Like, I want to leave everything else the same, but then just change... You know what? Here's my argument against that. If you're... these parameters should be selected all together before the application starts. They should be selected like hard-coded, basically, like or as data. And if you change them, I don't think it's likely you're going to be changing one. You're going to be changing all three at once. Because maybe a situation changes and you just have a totally different set that you run. But that does just necessarily exclude the option of being able to change one at a time or get one at a time. Because I think they will be stored separately. Though I guess there's not really a reason to store them separately. I could just store them as a vector. Doesn't really change anything. Though I have noticed that Jolt has a weird way of handling vector 3s. In that vector 3s are actually still just vector 4s. And whenever you construct them, they just duplicate Z onto the fourth slot for some reason. Which is odd. It's a very weird way of doing it. I don't know why you would do it that way. If I allow them to be set individually, then I need 6 new parameter flags here, which again, this still just comes back to this API just not being good. Because of the number of parameters that are available. Having a flag for every one of them is crazy. And actually, I think the other silly thing is that these have to be one-to-one, which, I mean, jeez. It just keeps getting worse the longer you look at it, doesn't it? These technically have to be parity with those. Which I even wonder if these are in the exact same order. They are. I think these are in the same exact order. Why could it not just use these? GD script. That's exactly the reason why those are here. Because they want this. So I can type generic 6-degree freedom joint dot param all of this every time. GD script. I mean, that's exactly the reason why that this is like this. What do I do? You know what, for my own sanity, just update them all at once. If you want to change one at a time, you pull all 3, you change the one you want to change, you pass all 3 back. Because otherwise, that is 6 parameters here, which is nuts. bonkers, even. Crazy, crazy land. Okay. Target angle, this, and then I just have to copy all of these into here. Oh, that is going right after our angular motor. And then I just have motor target angle. Is this conflicting with... There is a PR to pass in an orientation, which comes in as a quaternion. I want to look at that. It's probably somewhere here, right? Motor. I'm just gonna type quaternion. It's probably gonna pull up. Enable angular motor merged. Is that real? It's not real. What? This is merged? In 2024? Did this get crushed by a different commit? Oh, it was actually just merged a month ago. Okay. Okay, well, I got distracted. I'm looking for the rotation setting for the motor. Okay, maybe it's not called motor. This is definitely, I'm not imagining it. This exists, and I don't think it's this one. There. Oh no, this is what I saw. Do I have a comment here? I mean, this is familiar though. It's vaguely familiar. This one is the most familiar one. The rest of them, not so much. I don't think this is it. No, just quaternion. There it is. 4.8. Okay, so it's actually going in. Cool. Now, in preparation for that going in, I'm going to look and see what this is doing. Angular target rotation. Set angular target rotation. Set angular target rotation and an accepted quaternion. I'm okay with producing a quaternion and passing that in. I'm totally fine with that. In fact, technically that's what the IK angle is. The IK returns a quaternion. And as long as I don't turn on those motors on the joints on the other axes, then it's fine. Okay. Because this is merged, I'm going to pull this. It was merged directly, right? As it is. That's the only thing that's like... Okay, well, I have the exact commit, in fact. Does not belong in... What? Oh, wait, this is... No, jeez. This is the commit. On master. On master. Can we load the page? Master, okay. Alright, so I can just pull this commit. I should be able to just pull the commit. Git remote up git remote git fetch that. Okay, good. So I got the commit hash. Wait, what? Oh, there's a patch that I haven't pulled yet. I didn't pull that one? I really didn't? How do I do this? Okay. Compile day. I need to get that version now because I'm going to start running into problems if I don't stay on top of it. New tag. So I have the tag. So should we get rebase I think I just write upstream. Whoa, 7 1 stable. So what this should do, and I might need to write onto, maybe I don't. This should take every commit that I've made custom and stack it on top of 471 stable. Invalid upstream. What? I know for a fact I actually just closed that tab too. Did I say close a commit? Close the tab? I don't know what I said. So I do want onto. upstream branch to compare against. Upstream space branch. Rebase I onto upstream branch. Why are they inconsistent with that? Fix Q. Okay, so get that all looks correct to me. Yeah, that all looks correct to me. And hopefully I don't have to fix anything. What I usually do. Yep, okay. Method to quickly get set linear limits. Ah, yeah, that would make sense. Okay. So I'm looking at physics, those two, and I just have it open here so I can look at it easily. I just need to don't save. I want both, so. Have I already added the things? No, I did not, because I just reset it. Yeah, I'm good. I think I'm just taking both, although it's being weird. Yeah, I'm alright with mine being after that. What's wrong here? It's just being weird. And then yeah, mine. We'll just go after. What is it? Rebase continue? Unify force torque limits to drive limits. Oh. Is this a real commit? What's the difference? TS3. Huh? Why is my change... What is this commit? This is a weird commit. What is this? Both added. Oh. Okay. Okay, well the thing is whatever is there now is what is on upstream. So whatever I'm doing is changing that. Okay. Let me... That is the change? No, I'm confused. Oh no, okay. Those are the changes. And then I have some differences where those don't exist. Oh. You know what I think I need to do? I think... Okay. This is called... the commit I'm applying. Unify Spring Force, is that me? I mean, yeah, that's a commit that I have. Okay. This is not right. This is something else. Okay, good. So... This should have been merged though, and it should have also been updated to work with the merge. And it's funny because it's actually the same exact guy too. So definitely he must have fixed it. So I need to find that commit that he did. He probably references it, actually. There's probably a reference to it. Yep, there it is. Okay. So has this been fixed? Thanks for the 5 bits, Christos Hill. It's maybe when I'm focused on something distracts me. Okay, interesting. So I forget what I was thinking, and all the things that were going on in my mind resulting thinking all that again. Yeah, I see what you're trying to do there, but I'm locked in right now. So this should be using the new thing. Ooh. Wait. What? What? It's not using the new thing. How did this get merged then? Is it a weird thing again where it's actually a different commit that happened? Because I don't know how they do that, but they seem to be able to do that. They know the magic for it. Okay. So then I don't know what's going on. Because this is weird. How did they do it? Okay, how about I just go look at the file right now? How about I go look at what the real file looks like, right? Okay, well that's version 4.71, which means there's a commit on top of it. No, what? No. How? 471 stable. This was merged for 4.8. But somehow stable has changes to the file that are not present in 4.8? How does that work? Scene. It's in scene. All right, yeah, so I'm confused now. Because that doesn't make any sense. This commit is not doing the unifying. That is just the actual commit. What is this? This is so strange. What? Huh? This isn't a real file. This is not real. What am I seeing right now? This is super strange. Is this file actually here? It's not. What? Wait, there's so many more files in there. Okay. This doesn't make any sense. Nine seven. Is that what's happened? Okay, yeah, I actually got on board. This is being really weird. Does not point to a valid commit. No op. What do you mean no op? What? Okay, now I'm really concerned. What happened? I aborted. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? I aborted. What happened? Successfully rebased. No. No. You did not, because where's my commits? My commits aren't up here. Okay, something crazy just happened. I should just be able to do git pull, and that's, yeah, just git pull force. I'm pulling. It should not touch. I wanna. No. No. What? Oh. I want to kill everything that I just did on my side. I want to kill everything I just did on my side. Because something is lying to me here. Okay, I guess I gotta look it up because I don't know how to do this. Git pull override local changes. Git pull force. I mean, is that a lie? Git reset. Hard origin, okay. Who's my origin? Git remote. Okay, there's my origin. So I'm going to git reset hard. I think it was dash hard. I'm so confused about what happened just now as well. I like somehow it said it deleted and then my commits are actually just gone. I just lost all the commits. This should not. It should not touch upstream. It should not. Planet game. Please don't mess with it. Okay. So I hit status and can be like, oh, you're okay. Git. Git rebase. Interactive onto upstream. Okay. So somehow, somewhere in one of these commits, I just have a ton of garbage. I don't have garbage. Garbage is being brought to me from what? I don't have those files. I should honestly be naming these when they're from a PR and give the number of the PR. I should probably do that. Hey everyone. Good to see you again. Hope you've been well. Yeah, I'm doing better. For sure. So what happened? If I track, okay, so if I click back to unify that, do those exist? because I don't know what's happened. Something really, really strange has happened. If I click browse repository at this point, scene, nope, servers. Okay, so they're also gone here. So what's going on? Rebasing onto, that's just not the right commit. So deleting everything is supposed to abort, right? Yeah. Okay. Check status again. Okay. So this is not correct. So if I just say rebase onto this one, it's a no op. Okay. So what just happened? Okay, so it just fucked up again. It just fucked again. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's really weird. I'm so confused by what's happening. All right, how about this? How about I go to Godot and I copy the commit hash? Maybe it's too difficult for to figure out what I'm trying to do here. No op. What is happening? I'm being screwed with. It's messing with me. I'm so confused. Do I need to do git pull upstream? Asked to pull from a student, to not specify a branch. Git pull, okay. Is that what I missed? Huh? What? Would mean divergent branches. What are you talking about? Git switch upstream, or I'm about to lose my mind because I don't know what I don't understand what I'm doing here. A branch is expected got tagged, so did it work? Holy Jesus. What is that? What am I? Git rebase onto upstream tag. Just please, what the hell? Yeah, I don't actually understand. Do I have it written down somewhere? Did I write it down somewhere in here? I'm like, hey, when you want to do this, here's the command. Did I do that? Where's the readme? Hey, Denon. Okay. Did I really not write it down somewhere? Like, this is how you do it. This is the command you want to run. I did not. I could swear like I knew exactly how this was done, and that is just how it's supposed to be done the way that I'm writing it, and it's not working. Is that what I have to say? Onto the version tag origin master. Or I guess in my case it would be upstream master. And I do interactive onto that's the right commit. Okay. So I actually want to, I think, I probably am just well, yeah, I don't want to do that one. And where is it? Huh? What? What? Okay, wait. So what I was doing is, I'm gonna close this tab. It's like loading forever. It's probably mining Bitcoin or something. I don't know. Probably not really. I need to see. Oh gosh, I just had these open. What version is that in? Really, 500 commits have Unify? That's still Unify generic. Is it that? And it's not actually this one. There's a mention, something else. It should be mentioned. Wait, why did this one pull up when I typed in unify? Okay, there we go. I'm getting there. One step closer. This was merged for 4.8. So it's not in here yet. I guess what confuses me is why... Where's the commit for that? Because the commit's gone. I don't see the one that says add this. I just see the unify one, which is fixing a change that was made to it. Is it already... Okay, back. I want to keep that tab open. Is it already in 4.7? Because then I would have dropped that commit. Because it was just already there. I mean, I guess Cena is fine because it has it has the parameters there too. So what 4.7.1 stable. Header file. Force limit is... That is it. I think. It's not. That's not it. So it's not in 4.7.1. Yeah, okay. So now I'm confused. So where does that come from? Which one of these commits is adding that? Because then I definitely need this to stay. I can go find out very quickly if I just think about it. I can go find out very quickly. Wrong place. It is that one? Just search the whole thing. I mean, it's got... Why is the actual PR that this is obviously searching for not pulling up? I don't understand. Unless they got stacked. Because it's not... Am I crazy? Yes. The answer to that is yes. I am. So this adds it. Add Angular, but this is merged in 4... This is merged in 4.8. Okay. So then it's still not here. Add, or am I just missing it? No, it's just not here. I'm super confused. Is it just a... No, it can't be a different commit because this is a... What? add. Thanks for the bit. Yes, I am super confused. I prefer, introduce, deprecate. Why is it a different name? Can I rename it? No, I can't rename it. I can edit. I can edit. So I'm going to edit this one and change the name to not be that, because they changed the name at some point and now it's super confusing me. Adding jolt distance. Distance constraint. Okay, distance constraint hasn't been merged yet, but I do. I also want to edit that one because I want to. I want to put the fact that these are PRs in the names, so that I know when I do this again, inevitably for 4.8, because 4.8 is probably going to come out before I'm done with the game. I'll be able to say, oh, okay, I can just drop these commits now because they're going to be there already. All of this is definitely because of removing. Add force methods to distance joint 3D. Add force methods to distance joint 3D. Okay, I need to check to see if that one's actually a pull request or if that's my thing. I mean, it could just be a commit. No, that's my custom thing. Okay. On-screen sub. I wish I could see that, because I can't actually see that, I think. And I just don't know if that works or not either. Tell me if that worked, because someone did that once and I think they might have done it by accident because they never chatted, they never followed me. And I think someone did that by accident once. Did you actually see anything? I saw, and that's all. Okay, good. Good. Because I think I mean, I'm not supposed to do anything to set that up. It's just supposed to happen. But I just don't know if it works or not. Is that really it? I just have those two? Thank you. I didn't say thank you for the front. Thanks for the 40 bits. Thanks for the big emote 30 bits. Thank you. That one I can see. It's way too high resolution as well. Okay, that's it. I just need to... I need to edit those ones and fix their names. Also, it's only rebasing 29. Was it not 30 last time? Okay. So this one, yeah, I just want to type amend. I'm changing the name of it to be not that one. It is called that one. Okay, but when it merged, it was called this one. Okay, but I mean, it's going to have this name because it's the name of the PR. And I'm going to prefix it with PR. PR. This one for sure, right? Okay. All right, and then I should just be doing git. Cool. Okay. And then I need to get download pirated games. I don't have a reason to. You gotta see in the Discord server maybe. Show my work if you'd like to see as well. Yeah, maybe. For sure. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 20 bits. Thank you. The other commit is distance joined. PR. This one is a PR. It hasn't been added yet, but I need to have it marked so I know what's happening. What did I just do? Replace. Adding joint. Wait. Add. I'm just gonna keep the same name. There's the name. Okay. That was too much. Okay. I'm happy now. Git push. Let me verify it again. Let me be totally sure. I want to make sure I see that those actually say PR in the names. PR number, yep. Cool. And then right above my first commit should be bump. Good. Cool. 471. And then now, what was I doing that I needed to do all of that? It was there were certain pull requests on 4.8 that I want to get now. Was there? There was something here that I want to get now. Do I remember what they were? One of them was added that I already have. I just wanted to mark it. Okay, yeah. Now I don't remember what I was doing just prior to all of that. I remember. It's the orientation one, the angle. So I don't know. I'm just gonna search quaternion. I lost it. Quaternion. Closed. Merged. Clear. Oh no, hang on. Oh, it's right there. Okay. This one. I'm going to go and get this one. Because what I'm about to do, I may as well make it sit on top of this one. So I will get the exact same commit that is pulled that was made here. Should just be able to write that. Is a merge? Really? Huh? Option M was not given. M. Usually you cannot cherry pick a merge because you do not know which side of the merge should be considered the main line. I think... Do I have it? Who made it? Is it Ewall? No, why would it be that? But I have his. I have it. So I have it. Which means I should just have the commit then. The real commit. Let me be sure about it. Okay. Though, I mean, there's no way the commit would be the same anyway. We'd have the same hash anyway, but okay. Oh, man. I mean, this documentation system is also just insane. Okay. So I think... Wait, who is it? Get angular target rotation. It's... Okay, it's sorted alphabetically, which means mine was placed above it, above flag. I think that's how this is working. It's alphabetical. So do my methods come before that one then? My methods come after this one. Okay, but I do have to copy this because it's done something weird. Okay. Okay. So that's settled. I mean, I'm guessing it's just gonna be the same exact thing again. Also, why does this have no description? Does this really have no description? No description on those. Why does mine have a description? That's not mine. That is actually just different. That's actually just different stuff. Wait, is that? Hang on. No, I'm confused. Is that not mine? I feel like this is someone else's PR. Okay, but I know that mine, this should go underneath it. Alphabetical order. Yeah, what did I change? I just need to close these because these have like weird things going on now with all this stuff being opened. I still have one more dock to fix. Okay, so this is a weird one. This should go up here. I really wish it understood what was going on with the syntax here. And then I guess this should go above these two. Both added. Both added is weird. Don't tell me I have this again. Okay, I don't. It's just all of those. Godot physics, so modules. And Jolt physics. Tedious. These probably should be up here. And I think before. Yeah. Before. Wish this would not automatically scroll to things like that. That's upsetting. So yeah, I think the simple thing is just put these up there. This one definitely as well. Oh, jeez. I think these are just going together. I think these are separate from each other. Though this is weird. I swear, what's going to end up happening is that these two are going to be, they're going to pick the different order that I set. Which this one's already been merged and the other ones are not merged. So the non-merged ones should go underneath that one, right? That makes sense to me. What? Whoa. Sorry. Okay. Are you okay now? It was here, right? Yes, okay. So yeah, I think these are just independent from each other. Okay, and then all the server stuff. All of this, by the way, for GDScript. 4 files of the same thing over and over again. And then this test scene, which I don't even know. I kind of don't even want to. Oh, it's actually so bad. Current change, incoming change. Why do we have C float? For float max, okay. And include physics server 3D. Why? Okay, I guess I just need both. I wish it like didn't do things this way. This is really annoying. Oh, there's a mim delete down here too. So that also has to go here. That could have been bad. And I think, yeah, I think because of how this was laid out, this one did not have that extra line there. Okay, so in this case, wait, who's who? There should be distance joint stuff in here, I think. No, there's no distance joint in here. I'm gonna move those up there. Move this up here. And because this is just a static thing at the top, I'm gonna move it up there. And then I think I just want to flip these. Oh wait, no, hang on. The drive limit. Drive limit. Yeah. Okay. So I'm adding this. This one does not know about drive limit yet. So definitely case I just should click accept both there. And then oh, I don't know, it's like really weird. It's really weird how this is laying out. I think I might just put all the drive. I think that makes sense. I think I should just be putting the drive stuff all together. Triforce so it's clear. Triforce, 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 Triforce. Drive. Default drink finish does not emit motor force limit deprecated warning. Sure. I'm suspicious about what just happened there. What just happened there? Yeah, that's, I don't know what just happened there. I feel like that had a glitch. Okay. Wait, right? Hang on. And then I can fix the name before it goes. Oh yeah, I literally get the fix right here. So this is a PR. This is, I'm gonna copy it like this. Because it's just slightly different for some reason. He does not name the commit the same as the pull request for some reason. And then it is this number. Okay. And then I gotta make sure I build it. And there goes the compile block. Was only at 1. Okay. I thought I actually had it a lot higher than I must have like done a compile the last stream. No, I couldn't have because I was at 1. I don't know. Oh man, I'm gonna have to. Yeah. I should probably wrap up, but I also don't want to. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna do that. That's a good idea. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. I'm back. Almost done. Linking now. Well, it did compile. Would it fail? No, it would have already failed. If it was going to fail, it would have already failed. Does this have... I don't think I'll be modifying any of these. Because everything's still just going to pass through as a parameter and flag. I don't need those. And this one, I'm going to piggyback off that one, actually. Okay. No crashes. Awesome. All right. So then, to do what I want to do, which I should not have to have any. This one I think I'm going to need open. Yeah, I'll need this one open. I'm not going to worry about Godot module right now, because that's... If I make a PR, I can add that to the PR when I get there. I don't want to waste time on it right now. So where do I start? I start with this. Yeah, I want angular target rotation set linear. I'm gonna put this right here. It's gonna be right, and because I have the angle set angular target rotation, I'll give it a quaternion. Gonna head out now. It's good to see you. Catch you next time. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, R1. Hopefully I can start streaming more often. Set angular target rotation. Yeah, so it's technically this. And I should also... I guess I don't have to. I can just invert it if I need to invert it. So... I would like to have the IK angle so I can still, like, compare it in real time. So yeah, here's what I'll do. I will fix that, but I would like this to be here. And I'll just have IK target. And I can just say this is I'll just put it at the top. Save it there, and this will be IK target. And then I don't need this. Cool. Set angular target rotation, IK target. And these are applied per axis. Let me double check that they're actually certainly applied per axis. This uses set what? It should be set constraint. Wow. Set target orientation CS, I think, is what it should be saying. Jolt. It's probably in build. It's not in build. It's gonna be somewhere here. Yeah. It will extract. Huh? Get the orientation relative to body 1. So this is world space. That's a little bit annoying. Set target orientation CS. This is what I wish it was doing instead. Instead, it looks like it's doing this. Yeah, it's just this. That's super dumb. Set target rotation. Angular target rotation is that rotation normalized. Update angular target rotation. Yeah, that's annoying. Because the value I have right now is constraint space. Oh wait, I read this wrong. This is getting it a relative to the parent. And then rotating it by the body. Which would actually just be nothing as well. Yeah, that's annoying. So I think I just say this times the... Gosh. I really wish it wasn't like that. That's very annoying. Okay. I mean, I have... I mean, alright. This is a world. If I just make it a world space, then I'm fine. I don't have to do any weird undoing stuff. I just leave it like it is. So... I mean, I say that. It's the same thing still. I just rotate it by the parent. What if I just changed it so it did it by constraint space? Well, how do I calculate it? I calculate the pose relative to its rest angle, which in this definition is literally in constraint space. That's exactly what that is. Yeah, because I don't want to do any of the extra math. I think and there's also some extra information that this has. I don't know. They're the two set in constraint space. Why won't this one do it? Literally, I'm just gonna change it to that. I think it's stupid that it's not in constraint space, considering that's what these ones are in constraint space. I think it just happened that his use case, he had it in global space, and so it just, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of review that should have been done. That should have said, hey, everything else that uses stuff, it's relative to it's in constraint space. We're doing things in constraint space. And for some reason, this is the one thing that's global space. Velocity in constraint space, right? If you want the world space thing, then you would just take that orientation that you have, which is in world space, and rotate out the parent transform. That's what you would do. And then it's correct. Or I guess technically you would just write exactly what they've written here. Rotate out the parent and then rotate back in the body. Yeah, so I'm making that change. I'm just going to make that change as a commit. As a commit all on its own. I just 100% absolutely need that one to be the constraint space. I don't want to do any math to figure that out because I have the value of constraint space. To account for that, I would have to convert to world space, which would just be doing that math that I was doing on it, but in reverse. Which, I mean, technically should give me the exact same result, but I mean, you know, there's always inaccuracy. And I just, there's no need for it doing all the extra work. Okay, so set target, angular target rotation. Then I have motor, PID velocity, PID acceleration. Why do I think this is Vim? I'm like really trying to type it in as Vim. Wait, why did I actually do set before get? I'll just follow it. Oh my god, that's crazy. Get vector 3. If it's returning as a vector 3, should I just take it as a vector 3 then? I guess so, because what would happen is you would run get, you get a vector, you change what you want to change, and you just send that straight back to set. So I'm just gonna say that. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's in the name, right? PID, proportional integral derivative. But I also kind of don't like it. I don't think so. I was gonna say, does Godot allow? Is it possible to have an override? Because C++, you're right? C++, I can have the same name of a function as long as the parameters are different. The parameter list is in yeah, I mean just different. I don't think Godot's okay with that. So I was gonna say I could have them both separate. It's also like, what if you don't have it as a vector? Because I feel like that's the part that is different here. You're not getting, you don't save those as a vector. You save them as the parameters individually. But it would be nice to get all of them at once. That's fine. So I will leave those like that. These ones definitely need to return vector 3. I think what I would probably do if I really was certain about it is I would make a second function for set that accepts a vector. And Godot would just be able to handle that, or I have to slightly tweak the name because I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. Two functions that are very similar, but the names are slightly tweaked because the parameter list is actually different. But that could also just be dumb things where a function is duplicated for a slightly different result instead of just adding a parameter to the original function. Or just not even having the function and just exposing the other function that you wanted it to call after the call. So you could just keep the original function and have a new function available. Yeah, it's like that kind of stuff. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm not sure if Godot can handle that. And if it can't, then that would mean I have to have a different name for it, and I really don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna make it simple. You set by passing the 3 individually, and you get all 3 at once. Just how it's gonna work. and this sits above linear limits. Yeah. Okay, so for set, dear God. Oh no. This is technically differentiated by axis. Oh. It needs to have a different one per axis. So I would like to just provide the axis right here. So I would just say, yeah, I just add this to the front. And then yeah, the get has to accept the axis index. Look at that, I didn't have to say set motor PID acceleration underscore X, set motor PID underscore Y, set motor PID acceleration Z. Because I'm not a psychopath. It's code like that. What are you doing? Yeah. Crazy people, man. Crazy people. So parameters. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, I think I just am not going to share parameters. I think I will just make a different. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a different thing. So that would go underneath here, and this can just be stored as an array of vector 3, I suppose. I could also technically store it as a basis. A girl invites you to check her basement, would you go? I have to ask what's in the basement. And I mean, depending on how long I've known them, they need to tell me before I go. She says a surprise. I'm not taking a surprise. Again, depending on how long I've known them, they have to tell me. Or at the very least, I'm not going first. They're walking in front of me. How do I store this? How do I have an array of vector 3? How do I actually do that? Wait, am I stupid? No, I'm not stupid. Never mind. I'm not stupid. I'm not. Gosh, C++ is just weird. Because I'm like, how would I search for this? I would like type in vector3 and then brackets, but that's actually not even how you define them. You put the brackets at the end of the variable name. How? Who would have an array of vector? Who would have an array of vector? Mesh? Mesh has has vectors, has arrays of vectors. Where would that be? I'm looking for just plain mesh. Is it within mesh instance? Now here's a real question. Is mesh within mesh instance? They're different classes. But is it in here? Nope. Main. Resources. Mesh. What do you have? Vector. Vector3. Triangle mesh. That's actually not the strip that I'm looking for. Where is it? What? What? Because mesh has like an array with literally all of these in here. I give it an array that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I guess I could have hovered over it. With 13 elements. I give it an array with 13 elements. Typed array. What am I missing? Where's the constructor? How do you make a mesh? Is it down here? That's it. Okay. Array mesh. What am I missing? I want to know how they do an array of vector3. Because that is what these are. Array mesh, add surface from arrays. at surface from arrays. Array. Just array. Just array. Okay. Who else takes an array of vector 3? I just don't know. I just don't know how to make, because there's vector local, or there's vector, there's array, there's local vector. There's 3 different array types that they have. And it's kind of insane. Oh no, sorry. They have 4, because they also have typed array. I don't know which one I'm supposed to be using. You know what? I do. It's local vector. It's just local vector, because local vector just is simple. Because of local vector is just a slightly smaller vector. And I believe if I go to variant and I go to variant H, type def packed is vector. So yes. Though honestly, I'm not adding or resize. I have a fixed size. So you know what? Vector 3. It's going to be wait, right? Hang on. What? Why would I save it? I have to save it because that's just how they all do it. Because every time you reconfigure, you have to get the value back, so it actually has to be stored. Okay. I'll just say motor PID params 3. Though I'm not sure about that empty initialization. That confuses me. What do you mean by that? I'm going to assume typing this means default initializer 3 values. I'm going to guess that's what that means. Which default should be 0s. Because I think not writing that gives me garbage data. I get a vector, I get my 3 things, but they're going to have random data. Yeah. So with that, acceleration, I'm going to list acceleration followed by velocity. Indexed by axis. So and I should technically be checking that these are fail index. Yeah, fail index. But fail, error, fail index. That's size. So yeah, it cannot be, it has to be less than this value. Message. To be access times 2. And then if we are, yeah, so if we are configured, I have to, and in fact, I'm going to do it the other way around. Like this smart person has done. So if we are configured, why don't they do that? Why do they write them out every time like that? Are they afraid that... Maybe that's exactly what it is. At any point, our pointer could just become a null. That just happens. Oh, jeez. How do I set a parameter, but I only have one float that I can pass? Yeah, that's an issue. How should I pass it back there? Okay, so it can't be a parameter like that. But it can. It just can't be... Wow, that's really annoying. Did I say I didn't need these open? I do need these open. Really, man, if I could just have the two function signatures that shared a name and just had a different signature, this would not be a question. I'd just be like, oh, set param vector, and then implement that. But because, I mean, this doesn't have to be available in GDScript, actually. I don't think I've ever seen an example of a method having an override. If they do have an override, it's because it's a variant. It's because the method accepts a variant, right? Which a vector3 is a variant. Everything is. And it's also, you know, you have, what am I looking for? This silly thing. Where absolute value is variant. And then you have one that's specifically for a float and one that's specifically for an int. But I don't know how to handle, I mean, I do. And I think they just accept casting. That's the problem. Because I have to change the signature to variant. Or I have to add a new method. Which would be really, really annoying. I'm just going to add new methods. I'm just going to add new methods. And then I have to duplicate it. Gosh, this sucks. That actually really super sucks. It takes a joint, it takes the axis, vector3 axis. Interesting. Wait, what? Why do they write it this way? They write it this way. You don't have to give that, really? Wow. What is... I almost just said, why does this game let you do that? This is not a game. Why does C++ let you do that? Why didn't they type in the thing either? I won't complain. Const quaternion reference. Why? Why would you do that? Oh yeah. Is vector3 in this file? Not the axis version. Oh yeah, it's right there. Okay. I mean, I guess that's just the way we're gonna do it then. Painful. So what is this? This is a func. It takes three parameters, no return value. Parameters takes are RID, vector3 axis, And then 2 parameters return const. Why are you doing that to me? And then, right, the return type is at the front. And then I get to do it again. There. This should just be ex bind instead of func. Ex bind. Does it really not actually show up? I'm naming it here. Joint axis. Get joint axis. It's nothing. This one. This is like the equivalent of data entry. This is essentially data entry. You want to add a method? Go update 10 files. Not an exaggeration. 6 files here. I would have to update the header and the compiled file for Jolt and Godot. 10 files to add one method. Don't make a typo. Don't typo. This takes in the joint, the axis, and then the PID. Fortunately, I don't need to do any parameter enum binding. So I did manage to sidestep that, which is nice. Modules up here. Imagine if they came up with something better than that. I can only dream. Where is it? Modules. Jolt. Why am I adding a new file? In OpenXR. What are you doing? That folder wasn't even open. Modules. Jolt physics server. Why would you show me the... Oh, because I don't know how to read, that's why. Why'd you not autofill that one? You're making me sad. Why did it not autofill that one? Fine. I thought I could just type in the first few letters and it would pop up the whole thing, like it was trying to do before. And this is just gonna be like... Yeah. Oh, and then I need to actually... I do have to have a... No. Oh my god, I gotta do all that. I think it's just actually wrong. Yeah. I'm just gonna power through it. Because I can get it all done. What does signature need to be? I can't believe I didn't realize that until just now. I even said, oh, I'm glad I don't have to do a binding for the enum constant. I mean, I still don't have to, because I need to specify whether or not it's the velocity or the acceleration controller. So it makes more sense. The axis being first or the controller being first? I feel like it makes more sense for the controller type to be first. And I don't want to use an enum. I think they're stupid. I think this whole enum trend that Godot has in their code is terrible. Especially for the fact that you have to write this every time. You have to name the whole thing. Like up here. Like, I know it's a flag. Why do I have to prefix it with flag? Right? The reason you have to do that is because the only way to access these enums is as like public members of the class itself. They're not, it's not generic sense degree of freedom dot parameter dot whatever. I mean, you actually can write that. Never mind. You can write that. It's just that they also want the enum to be available at the topmost level at the same time. So for some reason they decided, okay, well also that means we gotta add flag to the front. I guess because you end up with this max value that everyone uses as well to check that your enums are correct. And it just doesn't need to be top level. I think that was just silly. Okay, I really don't want to edit enum though, so I'm just gonna make it an integer. I'll just call it type. Don't be unhappy about that. It's correct, I promise. Yeah, right, I have to, yeah, it's correct. Why are you acting unhappy about that? Is it because, I think it's because these come from extension. No? I don't know. Zero for, whoops. Zero for acceleration. No. Zero for velocity, one for acceleration. I think that's probably what it should be. Because typically you'd be setting, at least in my case, I'm going to be setting the velocity inputs, or whatever. I'm doing both, but when I interface with it, I'm interfacing it via an angle, which is an input for the velocity. So are you still not happy about this? I'm going to assume it just doesn't know what it's doing. Unknown type name. Yeah, this is just being really odd. It's not because of int, is it? No, it's not, because it's right there. Oh! The numbers. The numbers. There was a problem. What's the numbers? Yeah, okay. Okay, motor. I don't know why it's written that way, but whatever. Okay. And I'm actually going to write these in as that. Wait, what? Generic get applied force. Where is it? Oh, it's like at the bottom for some reason. It goes. I don't understand why some of those are down at the bottom. Why is like why are like half the why? Why are just that half down there? It's super weird. I'm just gonna put this up here. Dude. When I said this repository is like with this like Godot source code is like rage bait, that's what I mean. That's just some rage bait right there. They're just somewhere else. There's somewhere else in the file. Everything is so organized, but then that cluster of functions, they gotta be somewhere else. So this one, pretty much just doing all of this. And then this just fails with no value. Fail null. Oh yeah, fail if it is. Fail if it is null. I just take that off. It's gotta be that type, and then I get that, and then I would say and then what do I want to do here? Close those now. What would I like to do here? I mean, I guess just say the same thing. I guess I'm just going to copy all of these. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to copy the whole layout that I have. So this would be was out of yeah, let me write it out here. Where is it? Here, down, that, copy, this, here, copy. Axis count 6. What? I mean, I guess technically, if I was to really get into it, this would also just be set up for the linear category as well. So I'll just match it. It will also be the linear linear stuff in that at this point, but it's not going to be used. Does this one do that? Not really. Yeah, not really. Man, I mean, dang. I would still prefer it to be the one function. Yeah, it's definitely a question of like, is linear or angular first? So I'll just track all 6. And yeah, I'm just gonna still leave it unimplemented for the linear side of it. And then axis would just be XYZ linear and then XYZ angular is how that'll be set up. Type. Yeah, I think this comes first. Wait. No, these incorporate their types. Never mind. I'm dumb. This would be type 1. Then I provide that axis. And I'll just provide motor. Yeah, D params. Technically this 3 plus that. And I guess I could just say this. I think I can write it like this probably. Yeah. Alrighty, type axis vector 3. Why are you unhappy about the axis? I mean, it's still gonna bind as an integer, but okay. Okay, cool. Get I was gonna say, does get just return that value? Yeah, it should just be returning the value that I have saved. Yeah. What's wrong with the index? Non-void should return a... Oh, yeah. Oh, right. This has a value. Is that correct? Fail index v message, of course. That makes sense. Not sarcastic about it. That actually does make sense. Okay. Wait, huh? I have two PIDs for each axis. One is velocity, or 0 is velocity, 1 is acceleration. 2 per axis. I have 3 axes, so I have 6. Acceleration is right. I have 6 axes, 2 each. 12. I don't know, should I just have like a constant here? A static const. So the first half is for linear, the second half is for angular. But when I, wait. Yeah, but when I set, I need to know if it's angular or linear. Okay. When I say type, what do I mean by type? I mean type as in it's linear or angular is what I mean by type there. So that's covered. Linear, angular. However, this doesn't differentiate. Oh, it's still wrong. Because yeah, here I can differentiate 6 ways. I need 12. So I could just use like 2 booleans. I could just use 2 booleans. Boolean for linear, or sorry, Boolean for angular, Boolean for acceleration. Actually, you can take a short break. How about that? I'll be back. I'm back. All right. So this is not going to be vector 3 axis. This is just going to be int axis. That's what it's going to be. Because I want the full. I want this to just match. How Jolt is doing it, which Jolt has 0 through 2 is linear, and then 3 through 5 is angular. So that's what I want it to be. So it still stays axis. Why is that one? Oh, whatever. That's weird. Why did it do that? I guess I should have just copied int. I thought I was going to be pasting more of the axis as well. The parameter name. So now this is what I probably need to think about. Why don't I have the header file for this open? Look, there it is. E-axis. So I need to store. These are constraint settings. Will they be motor settings? This one's only torque limits. These are settings. I don't think I need to worry about these having sizes. I saw somewhere that there was specific consideration about when requesting data from certain constraints. Maybe it was kind of silly, but I saw like literally saying like cache line 1, cache line 2 somewhere. You know, I guess they don't fit in motor settings because, I mean, I guess they could. There would just be two vector 2s, one for the velocity and one for the other thing, acceleration. And where does motor settings get used? How would I find that? Hello, Volpnex. How's it going? It's going well. How are you? This one has its own motor state, though. No, it doesn't. Right, this is how I do it. Find. It's like used everywhere, isn't it? Yeah, it's used everywhere. So then I am hesitant to do that. Dang. Motor has an odd thing happening. Because it wouldn't be as simple as just saying add onto the motor and then update, put it in whatever constraint has it. It would be adding a setting and then implementing it the exact same way on all these different constraints. Very weird. Doing well. Nice. How long have you been using Godot? What's your current project? More than a year. I'm making a story FPS, a linear FPS, sort of like Half-Life 2, I guess. In that physics are part of the combat, or physics are part of the weapon sandbox. And you'll be shooting robots. So I'm trying to get the physics handled for a crawler. Okay, if I were doing this honestly, I would have motor be a constraint part at this point, which would just extend spring part. Because these are either on angles or they are on... What? Were there what? Huh. What? Jeez, I thought I opened up 6 degree of freedom. I'm like, what do you mean there's only one? Okay. Axis constraint part, which is also just a spring constraint part in disguise. Yeah, a spring part in disguise. So it's almost like I would probably want just motor, and you specified which type it was, and it would... I don't know how that would work. Have a union or something? Except the rotation ones are just the spring parts. It's weird. Nice. Yeah. I hope it goes well. Oh, what do I do for that? Because this is actually... This doesn't really fit anywhere. It doesn't really fit in physics. It could go in a... Maybe it could go in a core. What is a tick counter? Processor cycle counter? I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, I guess it's gonna be this. And I will imitate. What? GCC bug workaround? Quick sort. Nope. Just finished my first programming class in college. Going through the Godot introduction docs. Nice. What would I be looking for? Result, maybe? I don't know. The organization here is really a weird. So is all the formatting. It's very specific. The only things that are like shared functionality, basically, are the constraint parts. But this is not a constraint part. What I'm wanted to add doesn't look like any of this. And I have no clue where I should go. I think it just goes in core. I think there's nowhere else that it can go. I think it just goes into core. Because otherwise it'll be very annoying to duplicate that logic across everyone that has the concept of a motor. Because every place just implements it however. Okay. Oh, linear curve might be probably the best one, actually. Yeah, linear curve is going to be the best one. So I'm just going to copy this whole file and paste it in and change what I need to change. A serializable object? I don't think so. It does have to be that. It does have to be that. Because the settings are, right? Yeah. I mean, I could possibly just put it out here. Could just call it motor PID and that does. You would have the setup, like a setup phase. You know what? Maybe it will just go out here. Don't need quick sort. I don't know, am I supposed to put all that copyright stuff on top of that? I guess so. Catch you in a bit, alright? Yeah. These don't really have settings, they just have their 3 parameters and whatever, right? So the formatting is weird. Why? Why? Like, how do you decide the formatting? How do you decide? This just looks crazy. How do you decide? Because these don't even have the same indentation. Alright, it's gonna need float. I need actual tabs as well. Update float in, is it all in? Everything is in. Okay. Yeah, everything can actually be implemented here. Look at spring part. Next line, inline. Yeah, I think it's fine to return the output, but I think I also want to just save the output. Because I know there's a case here where I am calling update on a controller at setup, and I'm just continuously polling for the same value. So it'd be nice for it to also store it. Sit after. With more tabs. Yeah, I'll just do this. I feel like I don't even need to document those, honestly. I just feel silly writing that. I mean, I suppose I can document them in like... Okay, so I have my... It's like I have my main... How did I just get there? Literally, how did I get there? Yeah, I have all my doing stuff, and then I have my get. Okay. This one does have save state, restore state. Why does this one not have that? So it says save binary state. State recorder. Stream out. How do I know the difference? Interesting. Wait, this is save state. I'm so confused. Binary state for this, for settings. Regular state for stuff. Yeah, that's what I want. I want the regular state. The state recorder. So it's actually not virtual. Or an override. Yeah, because these just call save state. No, you did not just. Wow. Also, I think I'm realizing that probably. Yeah, these have spaces instead of tabs. Jolt. I need to see if Jolt just has. GitHub what? GitHub. Jolt physics. Jeez. Disable format true. Ah. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Awesome. And can I make it just that this file has specific settings? You know, how about just always render tabs? Is it not working? it's on. Render right. Render white space. All. Boundary. I did that because all of these are the wrong thing. So why is it not detecting this file? Well, now it's detecting the file. Now you detect the file. But if I have any spaces anywhere, then you think it's supposed to always be no. Who knows? Who knows why that was happening? I don't. Where does he put like stuff that's a reset? Angle constraint would have deactivate. Where's deactivate? It's, I guess it's like the last thing before any returns. So let's put it here. We call it error sum. Yeah. I guess I could think of like how would I want inspection to look? I guess I would probably like it to be like this. Yeah. But is that how this one works? Total lambda. What do I know? Target minus error, right? Or target minus input, I mean. It's that way, right? No error minus last error. So 3 of those, and then I save the last error. How does he format these? I think, yeah, he just runs them all on the same line. Crazy person. And then I think that's it. Cool. I don't know, maybe Motopiety control it just doesn't doesn't really have to be motor only. Right? It could be used for anything. One alignment there. I'm stuck. Interesting. No return. That's kind of it. And then I could just have like set parameters and get parameters. Though, I mean, these ones don't have to be private. These ones should be private. This does not have to be private. And I guess I can just leave it like that. Stop. Stop. Some of these just have no documentation. It's weird. I believe this one's like that because I mean, if the errors are the same, the derivative is 0. If the error has grown, yeah, I guess let's say the error was 2 and the last error was 1. That would do some extra stuff. I guess it's the change in error added to. So if the error decreased, then some of that's taken off, right? Last error was 2, this error was 1. So it would say, yeah, it would take 1 off. Which actually calls it just do nothing. So it'd be error minus positive error minus the error. But the error sum would then also just take care of it too. Okay. This is all correct. Okay, I think I need to wrap it up. Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna call it there today. Still, all I mean, I guess all this stuff that I know I am not gonna use. Oh, wait a second. Can I even do that? Oh yeah, of course I can, because it's right. Wow. Does this have to be serializable though? No. Not that. Stream in, stream out. You don't need that either. Get rid of that. Though it does seem like this has dropped out. It's actually, this one doesn't even have any includes, and it's there. Okay. Yeah, everything has to be inline, right? JPH inline. Wait, why is it JPH inline? Because this is private. Don't know. But everything has to be inline. Okay. I'm gonna leave it there for today. So yeah, thanks for watching. Probably, yeah. Gonna be back tomorrow to continue this. So yeah, I'll see you then. Goodbye.